Spectre. Which one would you guess has the longest one-shot range if you're using slugs? If you answer the Romero or the Spectre, you might want to stick around and watch this video, as we'll be doing an in-depth analysis of the slug ammo type utilizing the firing range in the 1.13 update. It's a Kate that killed you, right?
No, they're like reptile.
You like the spot?
No. If I had a shotgun, yes. Now I like the spot. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh my god.
Before we talk about why the range of the Crowning King is the same as the Romero, we need to first discuss barrel length. Barrel length is an old game mechanic that used to dictate how the buckshot spread varied between shotguns. There were 3 types of barrels, long, medium, and short, and the spread got wider the shorter your barrel was. Long barrel shotguns included the Crowning King and the Romero, the medium barrels included the Rival and the Terminus, and the short barrels encompassed all of the hand cannons, including the Lamat pistol's shotgun charge. As the balancing philosophy changed and the shotguns were tweaked, the barrel length designation got muddied, to the point where now the Romero hand cannon, a short barrel shotgun, has a buckshot spread tighter than that of the Spectre, a long barrel shotgun. So now you're probably asking yourself, what does an outdated buckshot mechanic have to do with slugs? Well, that's because while the barrel rule doesn't apply to buckshot anymore, the barrel rule still strictly applies to slugs. So let's get into what that means. There are only 3 ranges that matter: the long barrel shotgun range, the medium barrel shotgun range,
S.W.Frost is now live streaming Days to Die Tie No Art offers. Please finally some action.
Let's break down how this shakes up the meta. The most notable observation from this data is that the Romero and the Spectre have no notable advantages over the Crowning King, and excluding ammo capacity. Additionally, you should rethink your hand cannon choices. If you're running a Romero hand cannon or a Spectre hand cannon to eke out a little bit more range, you're doing a disservice to yourself. The Rival shoots faster, and the Lamat shotgun is a 1-slot instead of a 2-slot. When discussing shotgun slug ranges, we typically focus on the one-shot kills to the upper torso. But what about the other parts of the body?
Ella. Welcome to my channel. Alicidra.
Headshots with slugs?
Welcome to my channel. Olivia. Welcome to my channel.
Underwhelming. Headshots with slugs are underwhelming. They marginally increase your one-shot range, so they can be helpful to go for at certain ranges, depending on your barrel length, but are typically unnecessary. Long barrel headshots increase the range by 9 meters, medium by 6.5 meters, and short barrels by 4 meters. Lower torso shots decrease the one-shot range of slugs. Long barrel by 6 meters, medium by 5.5, and short barrels by 3 meters. As for the limbs, you will never one-shot someone in the arms or the legs. This is notably different from buckshot, which can kill up close if all pellets connect to the arms, and could lead to frustrating close-range deaths. One additional point about arm shots is that while slugs cannot one-shot kill to any limb, they do have the ability to penetrate limbs, unlike buckshot. This means that if a hunter's arm is in front of their torso, the damage will be counted as a torso shot, not an arm shot. Let's finish off the video with some rapid-fire slug facts. Slug wall penetration is better than buckshot penetration, and is on par with compact ammo. You won't be doing full damage shooting through more than one piece of thin wood, and it won't penetrate through metal, but can still net you some one-shot wall bangs. While I wouldn't recommend using a slug shotgun outside of its headshot range, the 2-tap range to the upper torso is pretty significant. 45 meters for long barrels, 41 for mediums, and 35 for short barrels. And And finally, just for gee whiz, all slugs disappear completely past 100 meters. What do you think about this data? Did it surprise you like it surprised me? I personally would like to see a balanced passive with slugs. What I like about the shotguns in this game is that every gun fills a niche in some way or another, and I'd like to see that carried over to slugs as well. Right now I feel that when I'm using slugs, unless I want to goof off or save money, there's no real benefit to using any shotgun that isn't the Crown King. If you've stuck around this long, I want to say thank you. I've had a lot of fun making this video, and I'm glad you can enjoy it too. Since the release of the firing range, I've been like a kid in a candy shop.
Goodbye for now.
There are some issues I had with it, but nothing that would take away from me pre-ordering it and making sure I'm getting this game the minute it drops. It felt like the developers looked at Souls-like as a genre and picked out from them Bloodborne, Dark Souls, probably 3 more than the others, and Sekiro. Merged the best of all of these games, then just sprinkled a layer of Pinocchio on top. The weirdness of a Souls-like playing as Pinocchio immediately hooked me as something different. They've done something incredible here. Like, I don't know how else to say it. What I thought was going to be quite a cheap attempt at the love formula turns out instead it is very great, it has its own spin on things, and fuck me, it was just good, it was just great, I just loved every minute of it. And here's why. Come on, come on! Fucking right, he's eliminated. So the first one, let's get this out of the way, the Pinocchio-isms of the game. I don't really remember Pinocchio, I'm not gonna lie to you. It's been quite some time since I watched that classic, and even then I know it's based on an original story, so fuck, there's probably references in here I'm not picking up, but I can't recall anybody in the game actually referring to our character as Pinocchio. Our creator is still Geppetto, and we are referenced as, you know, his creation, even his child and his son in some contexts.
I'm an old friend of Geppetto's. His son is like family to me.
But I don't think anyone actually outright just says Pinocchio. We've got a friend that comes with us from the very start of the demo, Gemini. Not Gemini. That lost me for a minute. I looked it up and I couldn't see Gemini anywhere coming up. It just kind of linked back to Gemini the whole time. So they've changed the name there as far as I'm aware. If I'm wrong, let me know. And Gemini does have some dialogue. He will talk to you throughout your journey.
Whew, I think we're done here, pal. Back to the hotel.
But he also plays like the lantern in Elden Ring. I'll be honest, any run through I do in Elden Ring, that's one of the first things I grab, because it just makes everything easier. We open on a blue butterfly, clearly reminiscent of the blue fairy, and that butterfly, going a step further, is the thing that brings us to life and opens up the start of the game for us. Our goal in the demo, and likely just the start of the game anyway, is save Geppetto. And when we find him, there's a mad donkey wanting revenge on him. And I'll cover this later on, but...
Come out, Geppetto! You got a lot to answer for!
Is Geppetto in there? Who the fuck are you?
You know what caused the puppet frenzy, don't you?
It's the mad donkey.
You're their maker, practically their father!
The donkey's a reference, but I think that's it. That's all the ones I could find. It is a Souls-like, let's just go straight into combat here. In the demo anyway, and just speaking for that, we open up with the choice of one of 3 weapons. I'm not going to go into the specific stats, but all you need to know is you've got one weapon that's balanced, one that's kind of like your standard dex weapons for faster hits but less damage, and then your big boy weapon, slower hits, bigger damage. You with me? It's not too complicated, but you take your pick. This did expand even just within the demo to include a couple more weapons.
Nina Tila,
Picked up.
welcome to my
characters
channel.
that You fought, optionally. Oh, fuck yes. I just got a new weapon.
Welcome,
And I was going to patch that guy. Well, I say optional. Of course you're not wanting to run past this fucking guy every time. But I set out, I wanted to get everything I could out of this demo. Took him down and I was fucking surprised to get a police baton weapon. And this baton came in as a blunt weapon, so of course they're playing with that aspect where you've got blunt and slash, which enemies are going to be weaker to or stronger against. It is a simple aspect to include, I know, but it does enough to keep the game interesting, make you change up your playstyle. And then the last weapon I got here was like an electric baton. Ooh, I like this. It was a heavier hitting police baton, but it did come with some elemental electric damage.
Let's see what the backstab's like. Oh, never mind. Oh, okay. This thing hits fucking hard.
In the demo alone, we're already getting introduced to a few different dynamics, and that was fucking awesome. So not only have you got variety for your weapon you take, your left arm plays as a gadget, so you've got variety there as well. The game opens up and you've got this kind of strong arm attack, which is just a heavy, blunt punch.
Holy shit! That does a lot of damage.
It really fucks people up. It was a great thing to open with. And then as the demo went on, you can unlock a couple more. I got the puppet strings.
Why is Geppetto just leaving everything that's due to me to other people? Oh shit, she's giving me a fucking harpoon. Okay.
And that worked as like a scorpion grapple where you're pulling people towards yourself, or you can go towards them.
Let's try this at a little bit of a closer range. Nice.
So in a game where its combat is always very focused on crowd control, having the addition there where you could pick people out even easier was fucking great, and it was a lot of fun to use. These you can't change up through your journey. You do need to pick one kind of at your site of graces, your bonfires. In this case, stargazer points.
Okay, this
And then that's you kind of committing to it for that run that you're about to do. It's not necessary, but it was a good addition. And not only did the puppet string let you pull people in and you go towards them, I found it had a lot more uses as well. You know, you can use it to pop environmental hazards to get kills without aggroing the enemy.
Why is he attacking that? That is an OP way just to use puppet string.
So this game really is giving you choice in how you want to play this. It's not quite got stealth mechanics, but you can avoid encounters where possible. Now going a step further with these weapons, let's just keep it simple for a minute. Let's say you've got a weapon and you're leveling up the rapier. As I did, the weapon has two parts. What you level up with your stats, your ergo as it's called in this game, that's your souls, that's your runes, that sort of thing. You can make yourself a bit more strengthy, healthy, dexterity, whatever you would like. And then of course your weapon scale is a bit better. But when you're leveling up the weapon, you're actually leveling up the blade of it. Well, there's blunt. So the hitty bit, and your stats will scale the holdy bit. Let's just show you here. Hitty bit, holdy bit. Does that make more sense? With me, I put a lot of my points and my ergo into becoming a dexterity character, but then I wanted to switch it up. I felt the rapier sword wasn't cutting it. So what you can do is disassemble your weapons and then create one yourself. I can put on the holdy bit of my rapier, so I'm still getting the level scaling, but let's just say I want to try out a new weapon, one I've not put my stats into. You can switch out the hitty bit and the holdy bit, and then make your own, so your own level scales well, and you've got a leveled up hitty bit of the weapon. You get me? It's a really fucking interesting change and a great system. It doesn't punish players for choosing certain stats. You know in Elden Ring, I think everybody came across this when they played the game. You're playing through it with one very much playstyle. Probably a bleed boy, that was most of us. It was definitely me. And then when you're finding faith weapons, they're of no use to you whatsoever, so they just clog up your inventory. Here, you can switch them out, so you're not being punished for exploration. Well, not punished, just not rewarded, but in a game like this where you commit time to it, it feels a bit like a punishment. What's even better is that each hitty bit and each holdy bit has its own skill. So not only can you switch it up to benefit your levels and progression, you can find your own playstyle. You know, you want a few quick hits of the rapier, but you want a very interesting parry, you want an extra attack upgrade. You can mix and match the way you want to have your fucking weapon. It's great, and not only is it fantastic, it works well in the game where it's all about puppets, it's about creation. So it just blends, and you can carry two weapons at any time, so you can keep two standard weapons the way they come, you can mix and match and then take two of them out into the world. So if you want your fast weapon and your heavy weapon for situational differences, you do you. You know, some enemies are weaker to others, like I said, you might have slash, you might have blunt. This is the kind of weapon system I love to see. You know what, it is very simple to explain, well I hope it has been anyway, but the possibilities are almost endless. What game developers do sometimes, and it is a shame, they think a good system needs to be overly complicated. It doesn't. You can have a very simple system, but one that just that change, like hitty and holdy handle, means that it opens up so many more options, it opens up variety, and it allows players to mix and match where they go, and it means that you don't need to commit to one leveling stat. You're not going to be halfway through the game, find a new weapon and be raging that you didn't go a strength point. Now, you can flip it up and you can still use half of the weapon at least. Not all of it, the game's not that nice to you, but it's better than most. The game does run a durability system, which is going to as a game like this. You kind of expect it in games like this at this point. But what it done differently was it gave you a grindstone item, which has infinite uses of no cost to resharpen your blades and make them work again, make them more efficient. That bit confused me, because if the game's going to punish you for your weapon breaking, I don't understand why it's then so simple to fix. Don't get me wrong, if it's going to break, I'm glad to have a simple fix, but why have either if that's the case? It just takes you out of the game for a moment to sharpen up your blade and then go attack people again. I was stopping at Stargazer points so often that I'd forgotten durability existed until the middle of a boss fight.
Oh, my sword's almost fucked, that's why. I was wondering why I was doing like no damage to him.
The way I see it, if you're going to use the grindstone item and give you the ability to kind of resharpen your blade, make it finite, make it have a cost to it, because then otherwise it just seems like a very pointless addition to the game. We're going to break your weapons, but you can repair them immediately for no cost. It just takes a second out the flow. They shot themselves in the foot a little bit there. So either make it something that's a bit more difficult, you know, the durability lasts longer, but it may cost to repair it, or take out the repairing and take out the grindstone. For a game that's a lot quicker than Souls, like it's more Bloodborne based, it didn't seem necessary. It felt more like they put it in because it's almost an expectation to have it at this point, so they eased us into it with the grindstone. There's no pressure to include this in your game. Take it out. Nobody will mind. I won't. I don't think you will. Durability sucks. Like, if you could only repair them at a Stargazer point, it would encourage the preparation before your travel. And if the grindstone had a cost to use, it would be rewarding your resource management, your selective combat encounters, your picking and choosing where you have to fight. It just feels a little forced in. And of course you've got consumables in here. The two I found was being able to apply electricity onto my weapon, and then a throwable consumable kind of firebomb equivalent.
Firebomb. Perfect. Firebomb. Save it.
Nothing you've not seen before, but it's good that they're here again. Like, it's these little additions I love to see. You do have ones that can increase your damage, increase your resistance, your elemental resistance. Nothing you've not seen before. But then of course you've got your healing items, pots, whatever they are, I do forget. They're like a vial of electricity, I think. Now I started the game with 3, I found a 4th.
Okay, so hull cells increased. Ah, so it's going to go in this fashion. Wait. When you reach the maximum,
But what I found interesting and a really good fucking touch was, see if you run out, you can refill one through combat. Doing well in fights, keeping the encounters small and selective, you know, being very cautious, will allow you one more heal. Granted, you can't refill to 2, but it does allow you to get one more heal for yourself. And there's a rally system. Now, I never played Bloodborne, I don't have a PlayStation. It sucks about the Bloodborne, but I'm also not going to buy a PlayStation just for one game. Like, I cannot justify that. But even with that, I am aware of what the rally system is, and I love that I get to play it here in Lies of P. Simply put, if you take damage, you don't immediately lose all the health. The game allows you a chance, by being aggressive, by getting back in the fight, you can recover some of that temporarily lost health. Chances are you won't get it all back, of course, but you can at least get some of it back, and that's better than nothing. The parry is also simpler. At first it took me a minute to work out if I liked it or not, because I'm used to parrying and I open somebody up for a critical hit immediately. Not here. Basically, if you get a perfect parry, which is just timing it to a T the way you would in most games, you then just don't take damage. So your two options are to block and take some damage, which you can heal from. Of course you can dodge, or you can go for that parry. It is a risk-reward system through and through. The most risk, the most reward, the perfect parry. You won't take damage, you stay close to the enemy, and you can get back into the fight. It turns out I love it. Like, I like that change. It worked a lot. Enemies and bosses also have a rally system. You can see their health recovering when they're getting back into the fight, so it is something to be conscious of. However, you do have the ability to break an enemy. Doing enough damage can make an enemy groggy, as they call it.
Oh, okay, wait a minute. Failed attack. Face a Grog enemy. Yep. I'm facing you. Bullshit. I was facing you. I was facing you, Groggy. Oh shit.
Basically, once you see an enemy like this, a heavy attack will mean that they fall down, they are stunned, and you can pop a critical hit off on them. And it's that critical hit that not only does a lot more damage, it also removes what was possibly there as a rally system, and they cannot recover that health again. So the game is very much moving into fast,
welcome to my
aggressive
channel.
combat, and that's seen in these enemies and these bosses, which leads me beautifully into enemy design. The enemy designs here were incredible. Like, there's no two ways about it. I fucking loved every encounter. Well, almost all of them, and I'll come on to that. Now, the enemies were similar enough to fit the world design. You know, it's a world where puppets were mass-produced, and that lore is through and through. They were similar enough in the sense that they're all quite humanoid, some bigger, some smaller, some faster, some slower. So you've got a variety there, but they were all still distinct enough that you can see at a distance who you're about to face off against, how they fight, and what kind of strategy to employ. That is key. I don't mind if they look kinda samey, and as long as it makes sense for the world, but being able to at least see what I'm about to face was fucking masterful here.
No, not right now. Oh my god.
Even their fighting styles vary. You've got swords, candlesticks, spike things that I'm pretty sure were chimney cleaners, but, you know, a bit more vicious looking.
Thankfully, those guys are weaker.
You got ranged guys, both with guns and throwing items at you.
Holy shit.
You've got a headless guy.
Fuck it, let's... Oh yeah, I didn't fight this guy last time. He has no head.
And you've got fucking dogs.
Oh my god. Oh my god, this game. Oh my god, get out of here.
Of course you have dogs. They're in every Souls-like title. They're like in almost every game. Here though, they played very similar to dogs from Dark Souls 3 and Elden Ring. So if you've played them there, you've played them here as well. Although these ones look like they got the Oblivion DLC armor.
Oh shit, I forgot about you. Do you not think they look like the first Oblivion DLC when they brought out armor for horses?
So they're not quite dogs, they're like puppet dogs, but yeah, they fucked you up all the same. As for the bosses, they came in on almost each hour as I played my way through this demo, so the pace was amazing, and even them three offered a huge variety in it. You've got the parade leader. He was strong, menacing, and very fast, surprisingly, for his size.
Perfect parry again.
Like, he had a surprise phase too, which I didn't think was going to go as hard as it did, and that was definitely a difficulty spike for me there.
Oh shit, alright, okay, I didn't realise you had that move to use. Oh, never mind. Oh, okay, that's a big move. He ripped his head off. That is arguably the biggest move someone can make.
All round, fucking solid fight. Second up, you had the Mad Donkey, which, walking up to him, didn't think it was going to be a boss.
Come out, Geppetto! You got a lot to answer for!
Did you put in there? Who the fuck are you?
You know what caused the puppet frenzy, don't you?
It's the Mad Donkey.
You're their maker, practically their father!
You know, the environment, the set piece, didn't tell me I'm about to go into a boss fight on a bridge. Turns out I did. Now, out of the three of them, I would say he pissed me off the most, and then immediately I was more than fine with, because it was all about working out his strategy, what his thing was. You know, the parade leader was definitely a puppet, he was kind of robotic, animated, whereas the Mad Donkey seemed like just a guy. So if he's not just humanoid, but an actual human, I'm going to try backstabbing.
At least the guy in the back's letting us fight. That's nice. Another one. Another one.
Kill you both, then string you up on the bridge!
Perfect. Right into another one. Right into it.
And it took a while to realise I could do it, but see, as soon as you can see the backstab animation coming up, that's the strategy I ran with, and that is eventually what took him down.
Fuck you, donkey.
Again, a really good fight. It frustrated the hell out of me, but that was my own eagerness to overcome him and just parry all his attacks, you go face to face. I should have went face to back. That's how you beat that guy. And then last up was the Watcher. He was big, he was fast, he was elemental. We're already introduced into elemental damage in the game. You know, it comes in steadily, and really just before this boss, they really hammer it home. You know, the enemies are dropping items to protect you against the elemental damage. So you can grind and collect a resource until even the upcoming boss. Great stuff. But this man was quick, he had big AoE attacks. And secondly, what he offered compared to the other two was the ability to summon for the fight.
There's a star fragment at Crack's Calling next to the boss when it summons Spectre. Also, yeah, fuck it. And you crush it like humanity. I love this so much.
Now the summoning here is a little bit different. It works by bringing in a Spectre, instead of having to become human, you know, or embered, maybe a Sight of Grace. Instead, there's a finite source that you're going to collect, and there's these sort of fire pits next to boss fights that you can throw one into, and that will allow you to get a Spectre, who then comes into the boss arena.
Oh, there's my Spectre. Oh, okay.
When I first done it, I kind of waited around to see them summon beside me. You know, I'm just too used to souls. But as soon as they were in the fight, they can throw down. It was a nice touch. And again, I like that it's a finite source, because it means you're not just going to run in, summon every time. That again is a choice. That is a decision you make of when you're going to summon. Do you hold on to your finite source now, because it might be a more difficult boss later that you have more attempts to summon one? And even for me, I felt like this was going to be the final boss, because it was a demo. I'd already played for 3 hours at this point, and it must have been coming to an end. And I had 8 chances to summon. So I wanted to throw a Spectre out the first couple of times. The fight wasn't going amazingly well, let's be honest.
Oh my god. You went with me in half.
And then I wanted to give myself just a lot of chances to get used to the combat, for a couple of reasons. One, of course, when he aggroes to you, I want to know how to parry and get my timings down. But also, the Spectre dies. And that was inevitable in almost every one of the fights I was in. So if I'm very aware the Spectre is going to die, I want to be used to dealing with that boss on my own. I've seen the Spectre more as a way to help me get into phase 2, rather than carry me through a boss fight. And I think that thought process definitely helped here, because I had Spectres, and I think I still had 1 resource left by the end of the boss, where had she died, I could have brought her in again. Now let's talk the world design. Fucking hell, this was grim. Like, good but grim world design. This is your gothic, Victorian England kind of steampunk vibes, and just every street corner, every detail is just dripping with atmosphere. What I love in games especially like this, where not only is it fun to fight my way through, but also you can think about how the society used to run. It looks like it's been lived in. It looks like you can see how the place would have operated before everything went to shit. It just so happens that I'm here now when everything is shit, but you get what I mean. You know, it's one thing to make a really good set piece, make a good lane, good enemy placements, but it goes a step further to create a world where you can see it's fucked, but also conceivably see how it operated at one point. The lore again is told here through missable items, dialogue, just set pieces, and the way the world is set out will give you enough context clues to work out what the hell's happened here. There's not many characters just telling you it outright, so it is down to you to piece together. I know some people dislike that way of getting story and getting lore. I personally love it for just a couple of reasons. It keeps the mystery alive, and I think that brings in a bigger community for the game. And the online space is going to be huge for Lies of P. People will talk about it. They'll talk about the story, strategy, and combat, but it's piecing the lore together. It seems like the entire community is taking part in the same puzzle, and that alone makes a really good gamer base. And the second reason I love it is to see if characters just gave you exposition all the time. It would feel like any character knew all the history of the world, whereas leaving it as, you know, notes that you find, missable dialogue, maybe people only having half the story, that's more believable, because not everybody's going to know everything. There'll be some things on the other side of town that your characters have no idea what happened. They might have heard rumours, but they don't fucking know. Whereas finding the notes then means that whatever nugget of information they have you compare it against what you find in that part of town and see if it matches up, and that alone will give you the bigger picture. There were shortcuts through the world, and I felt these were perfectly placed, because there is no better feeling than fighting for what feels like an eternity. You're making your way through, you might have no healing left, and you're considering turning back, and then you just see a ladder off on the edge that you can knock down. And it turns out you're right next to the Stargazer point that you were thinking of running back to. That feeling happened a few times in just the demo, and it was phenomenal. That feeds into the sense that this is a livable world. It's not one linear path, it's starting to look back on itself. The encounters I felt were just perfectly placed here in this demo. Nothing really stood out to me or felt like bullshit. You've got sneaky guys around the corners, which you're going to get.
Oh, you dick. Always someone. Always expect somebody.
But then once that happens once, you know where they are. If you do die and you need to take that path again, you know someone's around the corner, so you just either rush them or run on ahead. Again, you can grind your way back to your point. I kind of did that on a lot of occasions, but it's up to you. Again, that's just another choice. There were a few instances where there was a ranged attacker above a few melee people. Just through my exploration, I actually found the ranged guy first, not knowing that there was going to be an ambush kind of set up.
Ah, that's why you want to come this way. Get the ranged guy out of the way. Oh, they're fast. These guys are fast.
I would stumble across the ranged character, take him out, and that made the rest of the fight easier. So again, it just promotes really good exploration of an area. And in a game that's all about hidden lore, strategies, combat, you want that. You want choice. You can go in, take out the melee guys first whilst dodging the range, or you can make things a bit easier for yourself. Take out the ranged guy, and then move back down for the melees. It was great. It was good. Just loved it. I just love this game. The challenge here rewarded my curiosity, which then just made me want to explore more and then get more reward for it. Does that make sense? So it's a very healthy, positive cycle that this game pushes on you. The demo did have teleportation in it from the get-go. Whether it does in the full game, I'm not sure, granted. It might have just been in the demo for simplicity, but I do feel like it will be in the main game. I don't know how to feel about that. I think having teleportation open to any Stargazer point from the start of the game is going to bring down the world design just a little bit. One of the main aspects that made Dark Souls 1 this huge icon that it is was its world design. You did have teleportation in it, but it was halfway through the game, so you've kind of learned a lot of the map already, and even then it was to select bonfires. Compare that to Dark Souls 2 and 3, where teleportation is immediately open. You can see the difference in design. It got a lot more linear. You know, you didn't have to backtrack through locations much more. They were finely tuned and lovely to look at areas, but personally speaking, when I play Dark Souls 2 and 3 again, for however many times it is now, there are areas that I do forget, whereas in Dark Souls 1, you can rhyme off almost the entire map because you're replaying it all in your head. You remember all the shortcuts, all the paths, how to move from one bonfire to the other. So having it here, I do think, although the game has shortcuts to move you around the map a little easier, does bring it down slightly, because I do like the necessary backtracking. You know, where it's done right, where you're moving around an area because you know the best route to go. For a game this gorgeous, you'd think they'd like you to push to move back through the same areas once again. That's all I'm saying. It would be a damn shame to not have to go back down some of these streets, because although it's gritty and horrible, it's fucking lovely. So let's talk side quests and choices. Being the demo, there was only one side quest that I came across, and that was to help a woman find her baby.
Who the fuck's talking? Is that her in that window?
Now, when this woman started talking, I wasn't too used to another character, an NPC, out in the world at this point. I wasn't sure that the game was going to have side quests in it, so when she started talking, and she's clearly riddled with something.
Oh, this feels weird.
Petrification disease quarantine zone. For most people, this is their last stop.
It was fucking creepy. Like, I loved it, but I also hated it at the same time. Like, it was weird and I wanted it to be done with as fast as possible. But in true Souls fashion, it's a very simple side quest, and although she rambles about her illness and her disease a little bit, what the key bits of information is, she wants her baby back and we know roughly where to get it. And that is all you take. That is all you need. You set off, away you go. So later on the game, I did find a baby.
Please be good.
Oh no.
Oh.
No survivors here. What do we do? Just give her that baby puppet?
Was left in the city garden. Is that the baby?
You take it back to her and you get a reward. But it's when I brought it back to the lady, I was presented with a choice. It seemed like she was unaware that this was a doll instead of like a real baby. And I had the choice to either tell her it was a doll or lie and tell her that it was a real baby.
Isn't my baby adorable?
You were right.
I wanted to be honest. I wanted to see what would happen, so I told her it was a doll. And she just accused me of being told to lie by somebody else, and I still got rewarded all the same. And similarly, when I got to Hotel Crap, which is like the safe place of this game, you know, you've got your armor smith, your upgrade station, your level up, all of that stuff, which, by the way, Hotel Crap, fucking top notch. Like, I love that as a set design, as an area where you know you're safe. But when you get to the door, you're made aware that puppets aren't allowed, so you can lie or tell the truth. Either say you're a human, say you're a puppet.
I definitely will. Should I lie? Why have they made it a choice?
Puppets are a constant source of trouble.
Nah, I'm gonna say who I am.
The hotel forbids all.
Oh, you have to lie. Okay.
Again, I wanted to be honest. I said I was a puppet, and I was told I wasn't allowed in. All I had to do was re-knock on the door, and then just lock the door.
Да.
Odada pies.
Dobro.
Cevač.
Ne. Uzmi bananu ili onaj, kako se zove, jabuke. Šta fali?
Nema jabuka.
Onda banan. Ako ima.
Što si napunio korbu, baci je tamo.
Čega se napuni?
Smeće ovo.
Ne znam šta ima uopšte. Ako ima išta.
A nema se napiniti. Leba ću se.
To može.
Had like a few puppets lying around it. I was convinced when I told the truth they would pop up and I'd be in a fight again. You know, some kind of consequence for choosing the wrong option. It turns out neither. So of the 2 points in the game where you had a choice, I tried being honest and it didn't seem to work. The game didn't force me to lie, it didn't feel like there was a consequence for doing so. Now, you are told that you are the only puppet that can lie and that's why you're so special.
I see you're here. That few lies are a rare ability.
I wonder what they do with it, but so far, going 2 for 2 on what we had, the lying / telling the truth decision just didn't quite add up for me. I wanted a bit more from it. I want real consequence for my decisions. It might lock off an optional boss or a side quest or an NPC, but allow me to either tell the truth or lie, which genuinely affects the world. I know it's morbid, but what would be good to see here is someone's died as a result of me telling the truth or lying. The original story is obviously don't lie, whereas the game is now posing it as almost an ability that I have, you know, a superpower to lie. Interesting flip, it's promoting lying. So if you're going to promote that and that's not the message of it, it would be then a good idea to push the message of maybe, is it greater good or personal good? You know, who are you lying for and is it worth it? That's the angle I like to see there. And the very last thing I want to talk about here is bugs and issues I had with the game. So bugs, short and sweet, I'll keep it out of the way. I came across one bug, and that was in the final boss fight where I got him to lobby. I'm not going to get used to saying that like anytime soon. But when I hit him with my heavy attack and he went into like critical red mode, I bugged out and I was locked into his arse.
There we go. Oh no, I need to get round the front. I'm blocked in him. This isn't fair. I couldn't do my crit. Oh, the game fucked me.
Like, there's no nicer way to put it. I couldn't move out of it, I couldn't jump out of it to then walk around and use the critical. I was kind of bugged out and in it. Don't know what that was all about. Glad it happened,
Fake 'em
but
engage.
that was the only
Thanks
bug
for
that I
following.
found. For a demo,
Oh.
fucking well done.
Welcome.
Seriously, I was expecting this to potentially
Nice
be a bit
singer.
of a buggy mess. It was fantastic. And I'm not naming ragdolling as a bug. That I love. I like it in a Souls game where they just ragdoll. You know, they fall to the ground, but their leg might still get stuck and flap away. I had one guy where his hands just kept going.
Even though he's doing that, like, puffing, My dog does that when she's happy and just having a wee sleep. You know, like a wee pause, just do that, like off the side of the bed. It's cute, just not on a dead puppet.
That's fine. I personally going to accept it and it's going to happen. As for issues, through all that, I've just raved about the game, so don't think my issue list is me just absolutely shitting on it now. Look how long the video's been so far, let me just take a minute. When I was fighting on the edge of a roof, I was using the rapier and attacking an enemy, and every attack of course advanced me a little bit further, and I eventually fell off the roof as a result of only striking the enemy. I wasn't moving forward. You know, like with the thumbstick.
Oh no, oh no. That is something they need to fix.
I think what Elden Ring done worked perfectly, where they block you being able to fall off an edge that's going to be fatal through an attack only. You can still run off edges and that's on to your carelessness, but in the heat of combat, to now also be considering falling off of an edge is another element I wasn't used to, and I do think it does benefit where you can't fall to your death as a result of just hitting somebody. So another issue I had is, see when I had that baby play, I was fast travelling back to the woman, I remembered where she was, but when I opened up the locations I can go back to, there was an icon of the doll next to that point.
Ah, yeah, look. And it's saying... Wait, is it that way? Go. I like that it's showing you where to use the item. It does ruin it a little bit for... Like, I had that epiphany, and I was like, ah, it's a baby, obviously it's a doll, not a real baby. But you didn't know, and you just looked at your items, like you just looked at teleporting, it would just tell you where to go with everything. I feel like it takes that little aspect away from somebody.
So if you're going to have like secretive side quests in here, well, not secretive, but you know, ones that you kind of have to work out, and you know, when I found that doll, I remembered that's for that woman earlier on. Not secretive, but rewarding to the player, not just in a game item, but rewarding in like solving a puzzle. Because when I found the doll, I then remembered that'll be the baby she was talking about. Shit's a bit weirder than I remember it being, and I need to go back to her. If you have items in the game and you just load up all the locations you can go to and it tells you exactly where to go, it kind of takes the agency of the player just having a thing, you know? Using the logic, remembering what they've experienced. Instead, it's just going to be fast traveling for the sake of fast traveling, with no real need to remember the world that you've just experienced. It is a small gripe, I know. It was less rewarding. Even though I remembered where to go, just seeing the icon there did bug me a little bit. I've already touched on the grindstone and weapon durability. It does need to change. But honestly, that's it for issues. I had a couple there, and some I know I've scattered throughout the video. That is why I think this game is an absolute, you know, A- or A. I don't know which one's better. We didn't have grading systems like that. Basically, it's like a 9.5 out of 10 if you like your numbers. I absolutely love the game. There's a few things I would change about it. That being said, I will of course pre-ordering this game, getting the day it comes out. Like, nothing is swaying me from that, because what I experienced was one of the most top-tier Souls-like games you could get. It almost feels like it was created by Frost, which is probably the best thing you can say to a Souls-like. I play a lot of them, and you can tell it's by some other company. You know, it just feels off. There's something they've not quite nailed. Whereas here, it didn't feel like a direct copy, but it felt like the combat was perfect. So it's FromSoft there, but they've taken it in a new angle. You know the way Sekiro still feels Souls-like, but in reality, it's nothing like Dark Souls. Lies of P does that as well. You would be easily mistaken for thinking that this is another FromSoft title, and that is just to the game's credit. So look, that was everything that I encountered and thought about during my run of the Lies of P demo. Have you played it yet? What did you think of it? And let me know if we agree on like the issues or the compliments I've given. If you disagree, also, let me know why. I'd love to have a chat about this game. And to everyone that supported the channel so far, either liking, commenting or subscribing, genuinely, thank you for doing that. Not only does it make my day, but it really does help the channel get pushed out to other people. Even something as simple as a like. So, you're awesome, thank you. And with all that being said and ranted about, thank you so much for watching.
Have you seen D4 is getting review bombed at the moment? Where and why? What do you mean? No, it was getting bombed. Aspen video about it. Oh look, that's turntables. I'm gonna react to Asmongold. I want to see what this is about. Diablo 4 review bombed.
Diablo 4 is getting review bombed. Is that true?
Is it?
How do we know that? Metacritic, game, Diablo. Okay, so it's at 5.2 right now. Review comes from a long-term Diablo franchise fan. Diablo 2 being most played by me. Loot's boring. Perfectly rolled stuff. Okay, $70.
Loot isn't boring though. Loot actually isn't boring. Loot is simple, but getting gear and gear upgrades is actually really fun. And that was the thing that I thought would be the worst about the game. In all my videos before the game come out, I was like, loot looks dog shit. And it does look dog shit, but it's actually surprisingly fun.
I think that the very predatory search, I think this is ridiculous. Like, I don't like the idea that people use the word predatory for things that are not predatory.
It is,
I think
though.
that the idea of preying on FOMO as being predatory on the same level as like a microtransactions that simulate legitimate like casino gambling. I find this to be massively
Sure, but obviously there's different levels of predatory, right? Because you do miss out on a lot. Like if you do start playing a week later, or for most people it is a week later, right? Because a lot of people can only play on weekends, and you see that everybody else is already level 100 and stuff. That does, at least for me, take a lot of the wind out of my sails. So obviously it's not as predatory as other things, but I would still say the early access is predatory. Like it is taking advantage of people wanting to not be left out.
stupid, and I think all it does is muddy the waters between what is actually predatory and what people just simply disagree with. They're overreacting.
I think the predatory aspect is more that you're paying for something, you don't know what you're getting. That's another thing, right? You're buying in early. You're buying in before you know if the game is great, right? Can you imagine if let's say Diablo 4 was very low quality, right? Let's say it was the same quality as the Golem game. Right? That would make it even way differenter.
And in overreacting and trying to like make their opinion matter more and like make people like, oh, I'm gonna use the buzzword, that way people take me seriously. I think if you do that too much, number one, it's a boy who cried wolf situation, and number two, you also devalue what actual predatory practices are. Being able to buy a video game 3 days early is not fucking predatory. If you think that's predatory, like, I think that you have a lot of problems in life, because like
I think it's predatory.
Like advertising fundamentally is predatory because it's trying to get you to do something that you wouldn't normally do. It's just such a stupid fucking way to think. It's greedy rather than predatory. It matters more for different people. Well, of course it matters more for them, but to say that it's predatory, I think definitely devalues the word. Now, here are the things that I find to be predatory. Still bad in my opinion. I don't think it's a big deal. I really don't. It's 3 days. Like think about it right now. The game has been out now for like over a week. Does anybody give a fuck about this anymore? Absolutely not.
Well, now it doesn't matter.
Nobody cares. It didn't affect the game anymore. Things have leveled out. It doesn't matter. It's completely irrelevant. So in less than 2 weeks after the release of the game, this entire problem has fizzled out. So why are we even talking about it? It's stupid.
It's gonna get worse though, right? That's the thing. Like, it didn't used to be like this, but now we're seeing it's more and more common. And I was saying as well, within 3 years, within 5 years, we're gonna have silver queue, gold queue, platinum queue, diamond queue, right? If you buy diamond queue in our game and you're not able to log into the server, we will kick bronze players off the game in order to ensure your spot, right? Like, that's where we're headed. So it is getting worse.
Game about rolling another character, give me a try, and interesting, no creativity is allowed. Core mechanic, yeah, I think, yeah, sure, a lot of this is true.
Yeah,
this guy rated it a 2. Wow. Game design is a -7 out of 10. Wow. World scaling is the worst part of the game. Never feel powerful unless you have an OP cookie cutter build. The monsters feel like they're stronger and faster than you do. Mob scaling should never only be in multiplayer, but even then it should be a toggle. I agree and I disagree with this.
Scaling, that'd be good.
think it really kind of depends. skill tree is a stripped
Never-
twig. I wish there were more skill options, but again, so I think this is a problem that like Diablo, like some like ARPG serious players have. Is like a lot of these people are coming from like PoE or like Last Epoch that are more complex. Diablo 4 is not meant to be very complex. That's not the design.
And you do have like more complexity in the Paragon tree, and you will have more complexity. Like, I think we can all safely assume they're going to be adding more aspects, right? They're going to be adding more aspects. So that will add complexity to it. And I don't think the basic skill tree needs to be that complicated. I think the additional stuff can come from aspects, and that remains to be seen. We don't know if they're going to actually do good updates or not, but I'm assuming and hoping that they will.
It's just like, it's such an insane thing to say that Diablo 4 is a 2 out of 10. Okay, so if Diablo 4 is a 2 out of 10, like what is like
It's definitely not a 2 out of 10.
What's Forspoken? What's Gollum? What's D3?
Literally what is Gollum? Literally what is Gollum? Like, obviously, like, to be fair, I could see any game being a 2 out of 10 for someone, right? Because maybe you just don't like ARPGs. I've seen a lot of people say it's a 4 or a 5 for them. And I kind of get that, right? It depends what you want out of a game. But like, a lot of people thought it, I'm having a blast in it. Like, I wish there was more to do. But it's a lot of fun stuff to do in it.
The mount criticism is 100% correct. Let's look at what he's saying. I'd actually like to see a little bit more skill tree stuff too, personally. Feels like main source of your power. I think that's true. Tier 3 felt terrible until you get past your first glyph. That's not the way that I felt about it, but I can see why he feels this way.
Especially if you're playing Druid. Like, I think a lot of these problems is really exacerbated by what class you're playing, right? Like, look at me right now that I got boosted on a Druid and I got boosted on a Rogue, right? Very different experience. My Rogue was like a lot better than this with a boost.
Cooldown Y, mounts get stuck on everything, slow down if your mouse is close to your character. This is absolutely fucking true.
Yeah, all of that is true.
They slow down if your mouse is close to your character, and if you click and hold and slide your mouse over your action, your horse will slowly stop walking, even though you never let go of your mouse button. The way that the mount is designed is fucking garbage. The truth is that I don't understand why they can't just steal Lost Ark's system. Just take what Lost Ark does and then just do that. Like the like random barriers that they put in the open world. Why the fuck would a player want to? They're riding from point A to point B. Why the fuck would a player want to stop riding, get off of their mount, to kill a wall and 2 skeleton archers? Who the fuck wants to do that? It's just stupid. Like, it's not fun, it's fucking annoying. Why are we being annoyed? Why is it immersion? What do you mean immersion? It's an undead. We don't...
Yeah, that's the worst thing. There's so many bad design decisions they've done and justified it with immersion. Like the no overlay.
Lude has the worst stats to choose from. I agree with this. I think the core stats are... I agree with him on this, absolutely. Back in Diablo 3, it felt so good to get crit damage, crit chance, and attack speed because they synergized with each other. Now, the stats don't synergize with each other at all. And it doesn't feel good.
So, I don't know. I've entirely changed my opinion on loot. The only thing that is a little bit silly is vulnerable. Vulnerable is like a little bit too insane. Is the only thing I think. But I actually like really enjoy getting gear upgrades for how simple it is. Right? I don't think that there's many ways to make loot a lot better without adding a lot of complexity to it, and that's not what really Diablo is, right? They want to be a simpler game. So yeah, they could buff res and maybe ungroup vuln or some other stats to make it like less insane. Like, yeah, vulnerable is almost mandatory. That's what I would say. It's at least in my opinion, it's surprisingly fun to gear for how simple it is. Obviously, like, I'm a degenerate Path of Exile gamer, right? So I prefer more complicated things, but I'm appreciating the D4 loot system for what it is.
I don't think the gearing in this problem is that big of an issue. I have 700k gold, I have a repair of 150k. Decide if you want to vendor your items or salvage them. I don't think this is a big deal. If you're like, I mean,
I
how
like
are
how
you not
gold
able
heavy
to
it
keep
is.
up with gold costs? Casual ability, the game is very anti-casual. It takes so much time to do anything.
Also, repair of 150k. If you just don't die, you don't have to repair anything. I'm a hardcore player. I've never had to repair anything in the entire game. And honestly, I'm kind of impressed. I feel like it's very, very hard to have an actual gold sinking game, and Diablo does that pretty well. It's so interesting because, like, obviously I have a lot of problems with the game, but like very few of the problems this guy is having is the same as mine.
Average player will not reach the end capstone before the end season without being carried. They
The
tried
end
to take a system of
capstone?
Dark where there's a tier that you level through to reach the next level. You have to do it all over again. I don't
Never.
really think that's true. It's very casual friendly. Yeah, I don't think that's true at all.
I also would say the game has like features that are anti-casual, but not because of anything he said here. And the capstone dungeon, casual players will definitely finish before the end of the season. Like level 100, sure.
I feel like this person, like the more that I read their review, the more it seems like this person just read this, they wrote this review after they kept getting killed in like the tier 3 dungeon.
But to be fair though, that's where I agree it's a little anti-casual, because the closer you get towards level 90, you really do need an actual build, right? Like I feel like on all my builds, I've really had to actually optimize. Do you know what I mean? Like that is kind of anti-casual. Like if you're like, imagine Diablo 4 is your first ARPG, then it's surprisingly hard. Like if you don't really know how to synergize or how to create a build, and you would have to follow a guide, and let's say you don't enjoy that, right? I actually think it's pretty hard. So how is that a bad thing? Well, it's not objectively a bad thing. It's not objectively a bad thing. It's just the fact that Blizzard have said they've aimed this at casual players, right? So I'm surprised at the difficulty. It's obviously not a problem for myself. Yeah, it's an interesting one. And also, I think uniques should drop from tier 1 and tier 2. Just be really, really rare. You could have that they basically don't drop until you're tier 3.
Or like the tier 3 capstone dungeon. Like, I really just think like you have a bad build. And it's like every ARPG allows you to have a bad build. Like Diablo 3, you had bad builds. Like, that's the way it is. Like, you get better. Yeah, he's playing a druid, exactly. Like, what the fuck? Like, I remember I played PoE, and it's like, is that a problem? Well, I don't know. Maybe it is. Like, I think that it is. I think it's a legitimate problem. Like, I think Barbarian and Druid gameplay pre-50 is actually bad, and it's not fun, and Blizzard should make it better. I don't like the idea that Barbarians and Druids should have to play a worse version of the game just in order to enjoy the same thing that the other 3 classes get to enjoy from level 1. It's just not fun. Strauss Druid is strong? Yeah, it is now because it's level 100. Well, I'm talking about like at the beginning.
Druid is really rough at the beginning. I had no idea how rough it was going to be. Because obviously I just had that experience, right, with Rogue and Druid, where I got carried on my Rogue, fucking cookie cutter, pretty much. Pretty rippy, but, you know, cookie cutter. And the Druid now, I'm like, man, I am playing on the hardest difficulty.
Also doing all for me thing again, his ability to skip campaign, I've cleared it, keep me on important rewards, Paragon, puts my Paragons that use running all to 50.
That's very true, what he's saying now.
Not have map uncovered, not have waypoints. Yeah, I think this
that
is
is insanity.
Absolutely. Everything should be completely account-wide with no restrictions.
That is insanity.
As I've said before, I am an advocate of making all gear in World of Warcraft completely account-wide with no restrictions on trading.
It's not even what he says here though. It's also the fact that if you drop a piece of gear at level 100, that piece of gear has a close to level 100 requirement to equip it. So it's like you can never grind on your level 100 character for gear for your other characters. And very limited trading. So you're actually punished for being max level in terms of who you can trade with. And you can drop a similar power on a level 70 character, right? You can drop a 825 or whatever at level 70.
That's it.
Immersion.
Soulbound after being equipped is a must? No, it's not. There's no reason for that. And it's the same with the having the waypoints and the map uncovered.
I like
If you
Soulbound
like
for
a
being
build
equipped.
that's almost unusable, is a good game design. It depends.
Like, I like Soulbound for being equipped, but I wish you could sell legendaries. And even uniques. I like an economy. And then for those of us that don't like an economy, you make a soul self-fund mode. Then you fix literally every problem. You have a healthy economy. And a game like Diablo could very easily have an auction house. Just do a 20% tax. Right? And you can have bind on trade. In my olden days, I used to be so against all forms of Soulbound. Bind on trade is the healthiest game mechanic ever. It literally single-handedly wipes out flipping. And then you still have a healthy economy, trading, you have a great reason for gold. So good. I used to be so against any form of Soulbound. What's flipping? Flipping is like if I buy, let's say Shakos were tradable, right? Or, you know, just to say any item was tradable. I buy out all of them at like 1,000,000 gold each and I relist them for 100,000,000 gold each.
There's always going to be a spectrum of power level. You can't expect every single ability to do the exact same damage. Like in terms of like theory crafting. Because if you did that, the game would have to be super
I love it in
boring.
Tarkov.
And it wouldn't be fun to play. Because there'd be no real variance in the game. Everything would just be basically Fireball and Shadow Bolt. The only difference would
Can't
just
be
be the
illegal
color
in the
of
game.
the spell. So you're always going to have a disparity. I think the problem is whenever the disparity is too big. I feel like in almost every single RPG, there are certain builds that are just way better than other builds.
Yeah, that would be in every RPG ever.
That's just the way the game is.
The only like thing you can reasonably do to combat that is when you have different types of builds that are good at different things, right? Like RuneScape does that with like you have different item sets for different types of content, right?
Be right back.
Techno. Welcome to my channel.
Things are about to get a little bit toxic because the first mission we're going to do today requires to extract with a full backpack full of enemy dog tags. And, okay, right off the bat, already getting smoked here. So I think we found our first set of dog tags. Woo, 3 plates broken, dude. I love this scope. He was, yeah, I hit him.
Welcome.
Things are about to get a little bit toxic because the first mission we're going to do today requires to extract with a full backpack full of enemy dog tags. And, okay, right off the bat, already getting smoked here. So I think we found our first set of dog. Broke his plate.
Right on me.
Wait, what? About to say. There we go. Dog tag number 3. Okay, yeah, already another team. Just finished the first one. Another team's here already. Okay, well, these are going to be the next 2 dog tags we need. All right, just 1 more dog tag needed. Downed him. Sorry, bud. I need your dog tag, bro. I'm sorry. That's the first guy that we've had to take out without them shooting us first. Oh, and we can exfil too. Boom, mission complete. The pound. Get it? Because we had to get dog tags. This is my favorite and what I personally think is the best sniper scope to use in DMZ, Warzone, and Modern Warfare 2 if you're playing bigger maps. Originally, I wasn't going to make a video on this, but for my last 2 videos, I have received more comments asking what this scope is than I have received about any other topic in the past. This scope is the SC Heat Source 800. However, if you put this scope on your weapon and load in a game, you'll realize this is not the scope we've been using. This one is green instead of that light blue, and the middle dot is a little bit clunky and gets in the way. Unfortunately, the version I've been using in the last few videos, you do have to pay for. It's not a free scope. It's a skin of this. So we go on here, we skin it, put on the steel crucible, then we load in game. You'll notice this is the sight we've been using. And in my opinion, this one's quite a bit better. I think the blue has a little bit better visibility. You can see here in the firing range, the difference between using the green one and the blue one. The darker areas are quite a bit more noticeable on the blue one, especially when you're on Al Mazrah. Al Mazrah's got a lot of green colors. You got the grass, you got trees. You've also got dust and dirt all over the place. The green scope blends in, sometimes making it harder to see enemies when using the original. However, the blue is a good contrast, making enemies stand out a little bit more. But by far, the single best part of this entire scope is that it has just 1 single dot in the middle of the scope. The original version has the dot, and then it's got the 4 crosshairs, and this gets really annoying when sniping at longer ranges. If you're trying to take out an enemy that's 300-400 meters away, if they move to the left and the right, they can completely be blocked by that little crosshair on the side. And I've noticed the bundle version, the version that I'm using, the blue one, is a lot better once you start going farther and farther out, because just being able to see your enemy at all times, whether they go to the left or to the right, you do not want them to get blocked by that crosshair in the middle. The bundle this scope comes in is the Tracer Pack Damascus Heat. It's got some Damascus weapons, some tracers, a vehicle skin, but the best thing is this sniper scope here. By default, it's on the Tempest turret. However, I really wouldn't recommend using this scope on the Tempest turret. It's a little bit too much magnification wise. However, you take this scope on, you slap it on a bolt action sniper rifle, and it works very well. I wish you didn't have to buy a bundle to use this scope, because a lot of people seem super interested in it and want to use it. And I do think it does give you a little bit of an advantage over the default version of this scope. Having that dot in the middle and the better visibility is huge, especially when playing DMZ at range. I don't think buying this bundle and using this scope is all of a sudden going to make you way better at sniping, but I do think it does give you a little bit of an advantage over the default version of this scope. Ooh, closest heli is 1,000 meters away, and we have got to kill 5 operators from helis, and we've got to kill some bots from helis, so.
There you go, that's one. There you go. One's right in front of you, Lego.
I know, I was reloading. I was focusing on the other dude. Another down.
There you go, nice.
It's right there on the ping.
Yep, it was a little bit too close underneath. Oh no, we're too far out. I can't. There we go. Let me finish him. There we go, there's one.
We got a team on us.
Where?
He called us out. Downed him right here. If you can kill him from the helicopter. If you can kill him.
I'm driving. Chad, shoot him, Chad. I'm driving.
No,
oh.
There's a guy in the road.
Yeah, Chad, see if you can get the dude.
Okay, hit him. You running? Almost broken.
Oh, it's critical. He drill charged it.
I love how I can hear them literally. Yeah, there's guys right here. Let's go. Well, let's push them. And then we kill him. He's like, let's team up.
I broke 3 plates in there. Now we're being hunted, but we don't have a heli anymore.
They're close.
Oh yeah, we're gonna run up by that. Everyone's trying to attack us now that we're not on a helicopter. This is the 3rd team that's attacked us? I don't know which direction they're coming from, but I don't want to be there. Oh, I think this might be a 6-man though. But I can just barely not hit him. Downed one.
Can't see him at all.
If I had a PA. I think there's a different team at the UAV.
Guy in the turret just downed me.
I can't get the guy in the tower. I think they're going for a flank, but I downed one. Oh, I'm switching weapons. I had a sniper.
He's on me, on me, on me.
Oh no, no, look, I didn't know there was a dude next to you. Do you not see that dude?
No, I just res.
I come over here to look and rescue. There's a dude like touching your body.
I'm safe right here. I'm safe, I think.
I killed one. This is a 6-man. The other 2 are still on the bridge, and then we got the guys by the UAV. Can't see him because of this tree. Downed them. I'm pushing. They're both on that UAV. One's down. He's definitely gonna be res by the time we get there, but. No, he's getting finished.
Oh, you just executed.
I don't know. People want 6-mans to go from DMZ, but there is nothing more fun. There's nothing more satisfying than taking down a 6-man with a squad of 3. Or even a 1v6 doesn't happen often, but when it does, dude, taking down 6-mans is fun. It's fun, and I don't want to get rid of 6-mans because I like fighting 6-mans. I legitimately do. All right, limited time. We've got to travel across the map to get the device before anyone else does. Oh, and it despawns in like, what, a minute or 2? Autobots roll out. To the Zaza Observatory we go. There's Sniper Glen, Sniper Glen. We got limited time. We ain't got time to worry about these kids.
I mean, drive better at least if you want to get out of here.
Bro, I don't know how to drive.
You're getting sniped again, dude.
Dude, oh my god, everyone just snipes in DMZ. All right, we'll come back for you guys. We'll remember. We'll remember. We're on a mission now, but mark my words, we'll remember. There she is. Please be here. Please be here. Please be here. Please be here. There it is.
It's here. It's here. It's here.
The secret device. So if I open my inventory, does it have a timer on it? We just held this for the rest of the game. It would eventually explode, right?
It would blow up.
Yes, it's gonna explode. Yeah.
Just drop it if it doesn't give you a prompt. Just drop it.
Go!
Drop it.
Run!
It's finna blow.
We barely made that, bro. We barely made that. Whew. Mission complete. The transporter. Now we gotta be rats. We gotta take someone down at mall. So let's hopefully those snipers that were sniping at us earlier decide to go to mall. Maybe they're doing a little bit of Christmas shopping. Well, let me try to get on the mall. And we'll see if we can snipe. We'll be little mall rats.
I just got shot at.
Yeah, you just got sniped.
All right, we'll counter snipe. I got my super duper handy Blue's Clues scope on me. Oh, I see gunshots.
Heard gunfire. Yep, they're.
Gas station. Down. Oh, that was a bot. Never mind.
I saw it. Down. Just ragdolls and goes cold. Oh my gosh! Look at the players. Is it a 6-man?
Probably, dude.
All right. Well, you said we need more than one, so there's a guy climbing the ladder.
Yep. Hit him.
He's hit as well.
He peeked up. I missed. Down.
Nice. Go down, dude. You cracked him as soon as you downed him.
Clues. All right, we found our first clue. I don't think there's a drop down. I think he's got to keep.
There's not. He's got to jump. He's jumping. He's jumping.
Oh, I missed. Yeah, me too.
He's hit. Come on, one more.
I don't see.
One more. He's right here.
Oh yeah, got him. Long shot, baby. I don't know how people play in one sniper position the entire game and don't move. This is the boringest thing I've ever done in my life. Gameplay.
Honestly, while they're distracted trying to find you guys in mall, if you push back across my body once that UAV runs out.
Yeah, once the UAV runs out, I'm gonna try to. I'm gonna have to go through the front though.
I mean, they're deep inside. Fall back if you can. I think left can clutch this, to be honest.
Mall rat complete. Let's go.
No way.
I'm hopped off. I'm down. I don't have a self. Yep, there's a guy right here. Oh, I'm getting PA'd. I'm dead here. I was inside, but okay. They're gonna have to go for that res. There's no way they have selves. Remember the Proxmine.
Wish I had SMG.
Claymore. Wow.
Dude, I can't get past that Claymore.
Watch the door right to your right.
Final stand, baby. Taking mall rat to a whole new meaning. Oh shoot, I'm about to get double pushed.
That guy's taking a mall rat to a whole new meaning. Another one. Nice. Another one.
I gotta reload.
Nice. From your left. It's a bot. Wait. Right now. Nice. Watch the other door.
2 left, bro. It's a full 6-man. How far is the zone?
Both are on my body.
Last one's up.
Ah, the Claymore, dude.
Nice. Come on. He's rezzing. He got a
He
res
just got
off.
up. He just got up. He's on my body.
That was him, right?
Yeah. He's in it to the right.
Dude, I've got 24 bullets left. I can't afford to miss.
Nice.
And I gotta walk all the way back around to get left because the stupid procs mine, dude. We get this, boys. We survive this. 1v6. No. I would love to think that's the team that pushed us with snipers at the beginning of the game, too. Get out of here, boys. I used just about every bullet I had. It makes it even better that we did the mall rat mission killing rats in mall. They were legitimately rats in mall. Bro, I was getting nervous on that 6th one. I thought I was gonna choke it, dude. I ain't gonna lie. I thought I was gonna choke that. Bro, the cast off. Cast off's insane. I'm telling you, dude. I love this thing. Oh, he's trying to snipe me. I'll show him how to snipe. Woo! Oh no, let me get him. I want to finish him.
Goodbye for now.
Annoying.
So you have like one set and one kind of build that you're doing some content with. You have others for traveling, other for farming. Like you're always gonna have. That's not a fixable problem.
Are you calling Diablo 4 easy? Is Diablo 4 easy? I think that's.
I finished Elden Ring.
I don't think it's easy, like as a baseline, but it's easy compared to its other contemporary games. I think it's just about as hard as Diablo 3. I think it's easier than Path of Exile.
Harder than Diablo 3, surely.
I think that it's easier than Lost Ark. Dungeons all have a gating system, like do some random junk before you get to the boss clear, waste time to kill all enemies. Yeah, sure, I agree with that. Let's see here. Transmog only appearance and salvage instead of pickup. Yeah, I don't see why.
That is insane.
Don't get baited by fake casual reviews saying the game's a 10 out of 10. Any
Welcome to my channel.
Player can sell me on failures the genre brings. Forced online for one thing is kind of sad.
I don't mind that.
Why are people like this? Is so.
I can see the game being like at least a 9 out of 10 for casuals. I think nearly all of the problems I have with the game is more for somebody that's like, it just depends like how many hours does a casual play a game, right? I would say a casual plays a game less than 100 hours.
Oh, hello,
right?
Mr. Triangle.
And then it's a pretty good game. Because you don't really get that bored in less than 100 hours. Like I'm already at like 200 hours. And like, yeah, if you're gonna play Diablo 4, 500 hours right now, oof, right? I think we can all agree. 500 hours in Diablo 4 right now, you're probably getting pretty bored towards the end for most people. Because there's not that much like in-game content, but for a casual player, it's really good.
And they should also make hardcore as soon as you disconnect.
Nah, like 40 bucks for it.
I don't care if it devalues what hardcore is. I think it's just like, I would rather players be able to cheese the game than the game be able to cheese players. That's how I think. Yeah, like, I'd rather be able to cheese the game than the game cheese you. Like, bro, the world first hardcore 100 died to a disconnect. Like, how fucking cringe is that? So stupid. Let's see here. Forced online. Give me a fucking break. Skill diversity is low, typical ARPG problems. Come on, 20 plus years of knowledge in RPG, Blizzard still manages to mess this up. Everybody messes this up, and there are plenty of different skills. Like, for Barbarian, you have Whirlwind. I can't speak to every class. I'm just talking about Barbarian. You have Whirlwind, you have Hammer of the Ancients, you have Thorns, you have Rupture and Bleed. Is there anything else? Double Swing? Is it really that good? Upheaval, right? Like, how many of these? How's it a lot? Yeah, I think that's a lot.
Jack in the Knox.
Yeah, that's.
Welcome to my channel.
A massive amount of builds that you have.
I think Barb is kind of a bad one to do as an example because nearly all Barb builds are the same, right? Because you have to use the shouts. I think Rogue is probably the one with the most diversity, right? Rogue has to be the most diverse one, right? Like nearly all of the Rogue core skills work. There's not 8 Rogue builds either. There is though. Rogue is like amazing. You can do the twisting blades, you can do the penetrating shot, you can do barrage, you can do whatever the other bow skill is called. You can even do Rain of Arrows build. It's just weird to play and you need really high CDR. Flurry, that's the one. There's one other thing you can do too. Oh, Death Trap. You can do Trap build. That's actually really good. Oh, and Rapid Fire. So 7, not 8. You're right. I lied. Sue me. And you can then choose to do it with or without imbuements. So, I don't know. Rogue seems like the most... Either way, I just meant Barb's very samey with the shouts.
A melee and PoE.
You guys play D2? Dude, that's the funniest thing to me is when Diablo players are complaining about lack of skill diversity. I'm like, bro, like, So many of the Diablo 2 players' criticism for Diablo 4 is a fucking huge problem in Diablo 2. I get it. The games are like years apart, but like, bro, hello, question mark.
He has like 2 builds, yes. So you can have, like, unless you're Quinn, 95% of melee builds. Oh, I guess we had people this league playing, what was that, like Earthshatter or whatever? But other than that, it's cast on crit with Cyclone and something. Yeah, Bone Shatter, yeah. And Righteous Fire is not a melee build. Like, that's it. Everybody plays the exact same fucking thing because it's the best thing. It's just insane to me.
No game is ever going to have build diversity, right? And there's a very, very important semantic difference here. And what you really want in a game, and that's happened a few times in PoE history, you want build viability, right? You want you as a player to be able to feel like you can reasonably do the majority of the content with the majority of the builds.
Elysian.
And even when you have
Welcome to my channel.
You're never going to have build diversity because in the day and age that we're living in, the majority of players are going to like look at what other people are doing and go, that looks cool, right? A lot of people like following builds from others. So even if it's not the best, people are going to gravitate towards what they see is already working. You're never, ever going to have build diversity. Ever, ever, ever. All you can hope for is build viability. And that's important.
Here we go. So we've got Deadeye, Pathfinder. So we've got 2.
Barbie
both
role-playing
of these
games.
are the Archer, I forgot even what it's called right now, Ascendancy here. And so, like, let's look at, we have 19%, 12%, 11%, 9%, okay? 0.0, 0.4, 0.8, 0.9. So we have the top 3 almost are in double digit, and this one isn't even 1.
It is important to note here that PoE Ninja has a big API limit, so it only shows like very, very top. That's gonna be even more. But yeah, like I said, no game is gonna have good build diversity.
Yeah, I unironically think that there are a lot of builds that are fun for me to play as a barbarian that I can look forward to. I watch the Rob videos on them, and I'm like, that's really cool. I want to play that.
There's like builds on every class I want to try.
Just release, nice
There's still more though, but.
Well, yeah, I mean, do you think that it's reasonable to compare the depth that Diablo 4 has with Path of Exile that's been out for years? I don't think that's fair.
Same.
That's unreasonable. It's just crazy.
Like I've had so many things that I think they can improve on and things that I think they can be better. But I still I'm having fun, so I give it a 6.5. It's crazy rating something as 0. Like I feel like humans are so bipolar in their ratings on everything. I feel like you see so little in between ratings. Humans are either like, this is the fucking best thing ever, I've never seen anything better, it's a fucking 10, or this is fucking dog shit, it's a literal 0. There's so few people that are like, yeah, so like it has these things that are really good, this is some stuff they can improve on. I give it a 6.5, but I see that I could go up to 8.5 and has some real potential here. I'm like, where's the middle ground, bro? Where's the middle ground? Where's the average? It's crazy. Gamers are too passionate, dude. You can always hope something
item
better.
trading and that.
I do wish there was more trading and more crafting.
Oh my fucking god. Is he wrong? Yes, he's
Do you know what would be really fucking cool is a crafting system? You know how when you select one stat right now, right? When you select one stat right now, you're locked to that stat and it becomes blue. It would be cool if there was a pretty rare drop, like, I don't know how rare it should be, but a pretty rare drop that lets you change what the crafting thing is. That's pretty expensive, and the gold cost keeps going up. Then you have a really heavy gold sink. I think really heavy gold sinks are cool, right? That gives you a good thing to grind for. It gives you a good reason to sell things to other players. Not Shaco rare, not that rare. That would be very cool. And it could be, I think, the same rarity as getting 50 or 100 Forgotten Souls. That'd be very nice.
Wizard had 7 years to do this. Basically, worst version of nearly any Diablo 3 season, Reaper of Souls. I don't think so. As somebody who played Diablo 3 Reaper of Souls, I thought the game was terrible. literal garbage game.
I actually think Diablo 3 is straight garbage
Let's see
now.
here. Boring life was garbage, made to appeal to the lowest common denominator. Negative reception is growing fast. There's a reason with that. Diablo 4 is a terrible ARPG. Resource system is a joke. You can cast 2 to 3 core skills and you're out of resource.
I actually don't know any ARPG where I have enjoyed mana. Like maybe a few patches of PoE where it was easy to do it, but like, oh my fucking god. Why are game devs like hell-bent on making mana the least fun part of ARPGs? I feel like there's so many better ways to do it than to make, like, I never have ever in a game fixed my mana and be like, ah, good job me. I just fucking hate mana in almost every game, at least the way it is. Like, there must be better ways. There really must be.
Get it back is find the right aspects to mitigate it. I actually agree with this. I think that almost every class having a build and spend system is really boring, and it's not fun. I actually agree with this. I think it's stupid. I don't like the idea that you need to have a bad skill. You need to have a bad skill to use a good skill. This is stupid. Lost Ark doesn't have that, and it plays great. Like, it's not true. Boring and uninnovative. Is the game not innovative? I don't know. I'd have to really think. I want to play Last Epoch before I make this judgment. Because, like,
Last Epoch's amazing.
I want to play every, like, ARPG. Like, I don't care about Grim Dawn because nobody really plays that one, like, realistically. Maybe if it gets more popular, I'll play it. I did play Wilson, though, so, you know.
Wilson has some surprisingly
and I'll
good
play
things.
Diablo 2 and like, you know, compare the games, right? Get an idea of it. But I'm gonna be honest.
It's too buggy.
I really feel like these reviews. I think that these are just bullshit.
He did agree with a lot of things
Like
in the
anybody
reviews,
that's
though. Oh yeah, the review ratings is insane. That's true.
Okay, so look at the 10 of 10 reviews. They're bullshit too. You're right. The fucking fanboys are just as insufferable
both the
as
extreme
these
sides.
fucking people too. You're completely right. I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, I disagree with like most of the ratings and stuff. I disagree. Also, somebody asked, are you gonna do a talk with Asmongold? So we're actually doing a podcast. We're doing a podcast on June 16th, 10 p.m. PST. Me, Asmon, Woody, and Crip. I agree, like, both sides are kind of cringe, like the 0 out of 10 crowd and the 10 out of 10 crowd. They're both, like, pretty rough. But I'm, like, also not surprised that we're seeing so many 0 to 4 reviews, because, especially following the Overwatch debacle, and the reason for that, right, is there's been so many that, like, grew up with Blizzard being, like, one of the best, absolute best game devs, and just shitting out good game after good game after good game, and then they've sort of, like, you know, they've taken a lot of L's lately, right? So it's not surprising that a lot of people are very angry, and then they're kind of doing the unreasonable crazy thing, which is just, you know, go all out. Like, when I was streaming the first few days of Diablo 4, I had Steele's and a few other people's, like Karn and Noogie's chats open on my other screens, just like, you know, looking how things went. And sometimes I would have somebody come in like, this game is fucking dog shit, blah blah blah, why are you playing this? 5 or 10 minutes later, there would be in somebody else's chat, and then again in somebody else's chat. So they're just going through the Diablo 4 category, posting this shit in every single stream. They're maybe not even staying for more than 3 seconds. They're just opening a stream, putting a message, opening a new stream, putting messages. Like, bro, like, I get that you're upset that Blizzard hasn't, like, done the greatest stuff the last 10 years, but wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. But then on the other side as well, like, I made a feedback video. Like, it's equally cringe on the other side, right? I made a feedback video about what sucks in Diablo 4 currently and what they can improve on, what I'm hoping will be better for Season 1. And some guy came into my chat like, why the fuck are you still playing this game if it's so shit? It's like, man, well, I wanted to get better. That's how things improve. So it's like, it's so crazy. It's so crazy to me. Like, we need more happy medium. But User reviews in general are always fucking insane. Like, I'll end the video by saying that because I saw a stream review of, it was like a $30, $40 game. Can't even remember what now because it's so long ago. I showed it on stream like a year ago. And it was a 1,500 hour review on Steam. And somebody said, and I was like, ooh, this is really interesting. Negative review, 1.5k hours. And he said, I played the game for 1,000 hours now. And for the first 1,000 hours, it's an amazing game. One of the best I've ever played. But in the last 500
Techno.
hours,
Welcome to my channel.
it's really stale. It's like, bro, that's insanity. But yeah, we'll end it there. Hope you guys enjoyed reacting to Asmongold. Thank you for watching. So if you liked the video, die less than I do.
Why, hello. How's it going? I know you haven't seen me in a while. I've been a bit MIA for the past couple of weeks. That's because if you hadn't heard, Blizzard launched a brand new game. Yeah, that's right. Since Diablo 4 release, I've just been living, breathing, eating, and sleeping this game. Okay, well, there really hasn't been so much sleeping because I ain't got time for that. Paragon board ain't gonna fill itself. Neither is my best in slot gear gonna grind itself. And don't even get me started on those altars of Lilith. Although, I'm just kidding. I haven't even tried on those. I'm not gonna run around clicking on all the little stupid altars. There's over 160 of them or something, and getting to all of them would require me riding on my horse for a real long time, and since riding on the horse feels like crap, I don't want to do that either. No, I'm much more interested in running Champion's Demise for the 1000th time. I got to about 500 before I checked out. It's just boring as hell, dude. I don't know how people do it. Collecting years in PvP has been a lot of fun. Also, fun fact, I've never died. And also killing world bosses on the max difficulty tier in under 30 seconds, because that makes a whole lot of sense. They did buff them back up, though. Now it takes somewhere around 60 to 90 seconds instead of 30. And then also, I got myself all the way to about level 80 on my sorceress in just a couple of days of hardcore grinding before deciding to re-roll as a druid, because yes, I am in fact certifiably crazy. Anyway, today I'm here because I want to share some updated opinions, suggestions, and thoughts on the game. There's a lot of new and updated critiques here, basically, after spending the past week and a half playing. And although this video is going to be focused on critiques and things that I would like to see improved upon, don't get it twisted. Overall, I love Diablo 4, like hands down. This is my favorite game so far of the year. I've just been having an absolute blast, and I definitely foresee myself playing now straight through to Season 1. Although, admittedly, I will be playing at a slower clip because so far, yes, I have gone a wee bit overboard. I think the game's great. I've been having an absolute blast. I already totally think it's worth the cost of admission. But there are some things, for sure, that I would like to see improved, changed, added upon, and or addressed in the current state of the game that I think would overall make for a much better gameplay experience. So let's talk about some of the things Diablo 4 needs to consider addressing from the perspective of an armchair YouTube developer. It's worth a lot, right? I know. Okay, so first off, speaking of that first season, maybe reconsider the renown farm resetting. I gotta tell you, as much as I love the scale of the world, there's just a lot here to do and see. Absolutely massive play space, and as I'm going through for the very first time, discovering everything, unlocking everything, running dungeons for the first time, doing the side quest, engaging in the world, but the idea of starting it all from scratch and specifically having to refarm all of the renown every season, that just sounds like way too much of a hassle. Like, as much as I'm enjoying it the first time through, I can't envision a full reset that my motivation to do that all from 0 to 100 again is going to be there. Frankly, it really almost makes me wish they hadn't gone with the full game reset of the seasonal structure while also having this massive open world and all this stuff in it. These things just feel a bit at odds odds with me, and I almost wish that maybe they tried something different where they tried to incorporate this idea of seasons by adding new content that freshens up the game, but also letting us keep a lot of the base version of the game cleared with the map uncovered and the renown that we have farmed, but maybe having seasonal elements in parts of the world or for specific types of content within the world, but not the entire overland map. You know what I'm saying? And I know ARPGs, they've always been about this. It's actually what's kept me coming back to Diablo 3 over the years, is because yes, it's fun to jump in to check out a new season, but that's fun for a few days to a week. It just makes me wish, this is probably also goes back to something that I've talked about in prior videos, where it seems like Diablo 4 in a lot of ways played it safe and doesn't quite have as much innovation as I wish they had pushed for. And I think this is probably one of those things where we could envision you've got this huge play space, massive open world, and yes, you still do seasons. Yes, you give us a reason to come back for fresh new things. You give us a reason to make new characters, but maybe that could be within portions of the game instead of the entire game space and clearing it all. I like this world. I like that I've cleared it, and I would like to have freshened content in seasons that didn't completely Thanos snap the whole map progress, especially the renown farm, because it's really a slog. It feels like quite a bit of a slog. Next up, I do want to talk about how map progress resets within a season or within the current launch version of the game, but first, let us progress to a word from today's sponsor. If you're looking to get the most out of your Diablo 4 experience like I have been, why not consider getting a hardware upgrade, which conveniently is where the sponsor of today's video comes in. Jawa.gg is a marketplace specifically tailored for gamers to buy and sell gear, from full-on pre-built gaming PCs to components and peripherals. You can find just about anything you're looking for. It's as simple as heading over to the website, typing in what you want in the search bar, and then browsing what other users have for sale. Alternatively, you could also filter through each individual category. Diablo 4 is a great looking game, and if you want to see it running on the highest settings but are in need of an upgrade, Jawa.gg probably has what you're looking for, be that a new GPU or a new custom gaming rig. I've been playing through Diablo 4 on my brand new PC that I got through Jawa. It has been fantastic. I got the game running on max. It looks good, runs smooth, everything's been awesome. So if you'd like to learn more and check out Jawa.gg for yourself, go ahead and use my link in the video description below. Okay, so now let's go ahead and move on to talking about the map progress resets right now. If you make a second character, it feels like they should maybe have it so that your map progress would be shared across characters within the Eternal Realm, and then I would hope this would also apply to the seasons, because right now the way that it works is that any renown thresholds that you break within those 5-tier rewards, those will be reset if you make a new character. So in my particular instance, I played a lot. I got my sorcerer up to 80, and then I decided I want to try a new character. I'd like to level up a druid, so I make a druid and everything is reset. Now, it put me in this strange position where while playing on my sorceress, I had like roughly half or 3/4 of the renown completion finished for every single one of the 5 zones. But since I didn't want to play my Sorc any longer, in order to unlock the full renown rewards to get all the way up to those paragon points at the end in that 5th tier, I basically had to start from scratch in every single portion of the game. It basically had me struggling with it, where like, should I just play my sorceress even though I no longer want to, just to complete all of this renown grind, or can I keep playing my new character, the one that I'm interested and motivated to play right now, keep playing my druid, but start from scratch in every single zone? Maybe there's a better balance that they can strike. Maybe at the very least, if they shared all of the waypoint unlocks for all of the towns. Right now you get all of the major towns when you make a new character, but everything else is completely reset. I think if at the very least they gave me every single waypoint, and that would make going through that process again a little bit easier than it is with a full-on reset whenever you make a brand new character. And it kind of goes back to the first point, where I love that this game is so huge. I love that it's massive. I love that there's so much play space and there's so much to explore and to see. But the flip side of that token is that it feels like quite a bit of a slog when you still start to consider other characters. I also think they should look at rebalancing experience rewards. So up until this point, one of the fastest ways to level, to get experience, to grind up towards towards that max level of 100 has just been through farming dungeons and resetting them in a group, doing things like split farming. That has been hands down by a large margin the fastest experience per hour, the best way to level up. We saw this initially with people running through Champion's Demise, and then recently it was Ruins of Eridu, both of which have now completely been nerfed into the ground, with Blizzard cutting back on the number of elite packs, because elite packs are basically the best way to get the most XP. They've got a large portion. I think it's like 7 times more experience you get from elite packs than you do from normal mobs, so people just want to farm elite packs. And usually in any game like this, the best way to do it is to find the most like predictable and highest density amount of experience that you can farm within a set window to get the fastest amount of experience per hour. And the more reliable and more consistent you can make that, the more likely that is to be considered the best method in a particular game. Now, there's always going to be a best method. It doesn't matter how much you try to balance it across all these different content types. There will always be some most efficient way. Maybe though they can do things to try to even it out a little bit. I think one possible solution would just be nerfing continuous runs of the same content, and this would make it so that if people try to run the same instance over and over and over again, it would maybe give successively less experience on successive runs. That might feel a bit too restrictive to players, so maybe another option is just buffing things, other content in the game. Like, for example, I feel like Nightmare Dungeons should probably reward more experience. It's already a progression path that we want to do for leveling up our glyphs, so why not make it also good for farming experience? And that could be sort of a kill 2 birds with 1 stone. It's not like there isn't enough to grind in this game as is. You can remove some grinding by consolidating the character level grinding and the glyph upgrade grinding. That would be great. And then the overworld, like, I love this. It's a great space, but it feels like the worst place to go if you're trying to level up. So maybe some bonuses to experience while in the overworld. Maybe, hey, you know, they've done this before. Kill chain bonuses. So if you're in the overworld and you're just chaining from group to group, but if that only applies to the overworld, because then dungeons would again be clearly the best place to be. Give some more incentive for us to be in the overworld. I know they have the bounty system, the Tree of Whisper system, but that doesn't feel like quite enough. It feels like far behind the dungeon grinding. They nerfed Champion's Demise, they've nerfed Eridu. We're just gonna find the next most efficient dungeon to farm unless they change something up in addition to what they've done here, in addition to nerfing the elite pack in dungeons. You gotta do something else that makes it so that there will be a more of an even playing field when it comes to that best XP farm for the people looking to do that. Now, this next thing hasn't affected me personally because I haven't played a hardcore character, but watching people lose their characters to the fact that this game is a live service game, always online, oh, it's absolutely heartbreaking to see, like, people dying and losing their hardcore characters to disconnects, bugs, and glitches, or what's worse, the fact that Blizzard restarting servers to update the cash shop ended up killing people's hardcore characters. All of this just means, hey, there should really be some sort of like in-game petition for people to get their hardcore characters revived if they died for any reason beyond just playing the game. This might just be one of the things like, hey, you sign up for this because this is an always online game. If there are server issues, if you run into bugs and glitches and your character dies, you're SOL. But, you know, I've seen like, you know, people have level 100 characters that die to bugs and glitches or server outages, and it just feels really crappy. It doesn't affect me personally, but I've got empathy for the people who it does affect, and maybe if this isn't something that Blizzard isn't already considering, they should consider. You got a live service, always online game. If people's characters die, not because they played poorly or misread an encounter, but because you updated the cash shop, maybe we should revive all of those characters. I think that'd be really good. The mount in this game feels really awkward between constantly getting hung up on things, various low-lying objects in the environment. Your mount all of a sudden will just stop if you slightly clip the side of a pathway that you're riding on, or the fact that they've got this, I don't know why, but if you don't know, the further away your mouse is from your mount, the faster your mount moves. Like, I kind of understand how that might translate to, like, you know, if you're playing on a gamepad and the further you push the joystick, the faster it goes. That makes sense. But with the mouse and keyboard, what? I don't like it, and they should get rid of it because it just makes it feel clunky. And before you realize that this is a thing, you just don't understand why the heck your mount is sometimes, when you hit the gallop button, going like a mile an hour and sometimes going at breakneck speed. And I didn't realize that for the longest time, and then I read it and I was like, what, this is a thing? Oh, it sucks. It's stupid. Get rid of that. I don't want my mount to go faster or slower depending on my mouse positioning to the mount. Just make my mount go max speed, and then when it gallops, make it go faster. Okay? If I want to RP, give me an RP walk button or something. I don't need my mount to go slow at any point. The point of the mount is speed increase, max speed of the make the mount go max speed, please. I've also seen people complaining about the fact that the mount has a cooldown. I think as part of just like a game mechanics thing, it's okay that there's a cooldown when you dismount if you want there to be some time in between dismounting and mounting. I think particular though, the long cooldown when you get dismounted by enemy mobs, it's, I don't know, like 20 to 30 seconds. It feels super long. Get rid of that. It's already long enough just if you dismount on purpose. Now here's some quality of life things that I would really, really love to see and I think would be great additions to the game. Give us build templates and or loadouts. You know, they've already got a template system in place for cosmetics in the game. You can have all of these different cosmetic presets. Give me that for our skill tree, for our build, and for our Paragon board, please. That'd be super helpful. So for one, this could be if you want to play different types of specializations. So for example, on my Sorceress, I was playing Arc Lash, but maybe I wanted to try the Ice Shard build or the Firewall build, or maybe I want to try a Conjuration build. But then also, even if you want to play the same spec but have different variations, you know? So you'll have a variation of a build if you're doing speed clearing and you just want to be fast and quickly taking out things, AoE groups. You might have a single target spec. You might have a tanky spec for pushing nightmare dungeons. You might have a PvP spec. It would be great if we just had templates in the game instead of having to manually change these whenever we go through different content. Now, the early pre-launch concerns of respecking being prohibitively expensive, that hasn't come to bear. I haven't felt any issues if I wanted to change a few specs here and there, but they can totally still have the gold cost associated with respecking and have build templates and loadouts in the game and just make it so that every time you swap loadouts, you take away some of our gold because you want that to be part of the gold sink. Although let's be honest, with the gear system and gear upgrade and extracting and all of that stuff, there's some pretty big gold sinks in the game, in particular when you want to re-roll attributes. I mean, it's going up to the millions, many millions of gold just to try to get a new attribute roll. Like, you got a lot of gold sinks as is. I don't really know that the skill system, the builds has to be a major part of that. It can still be a part of it, but it doesn't have to be a major part of it. You're taking our gold. You're taking my gold, Blizzard. Okay. Trust me, my gold is disappearing very quickly all the time. Why, oh why, is there a cap of 20 side quests? There's too many side quests already. There's a lot of them all over the place. Just let me have all the side quests. Why is there a cap? It's totally unnecessary. It's not like the game is constantly showing me the side quest. I have to click on it for it to be highlighted anyways, so just get rid of the limitation. It's really, really frustrating, honestly, especially as we're going through. I'm trying to do Renown in a natural manner as I'm doing things, as I'm doing Hell Tides, as I'm doing tree bounties. I'll do some side quests in the process, and I'm just trying to do my Renown that way instead of hardcore farming it and running around for Altars of Lilith or running around the side quest or running around each dungeon. I just want to naturally come across this Renown unlock, and it's so much more annoying with these limitation of the side quest because I'll be in a zone and just doing the natural unlocking, and then if I go to another zone for tree quest over there, I don't have any of the side quests and I can't pick them up because my quest log is full. So I gotta abandon all those quests and then pick up these ones and do that. And then if I move to another zone because of the new Tree of Whispers locations, I'll do it again. It's just get rid of the limitation. It seems totally unnecessary. Currently, the game has a Mark II junk option where basically you can mark a bunch of things that you want to sell as junk in one bulk thing. I think it'd make way more sense if there was a Mark to keep option because most of the time, a majority of what you have in your inventory is junk and you're either going to want to bulk sell it or bulk salvage it. So let us mark the 1 or 2 items that we want to keep and then bulk get rid of the rest. I would love to see a death recap. You know, sometimes I'll die in this situation. I'll be like, how did I die? Why did I die? What happened? What hit me? How much damage did it do? Were there resistances and debuffs considered? Any sort of detailed recap here I think would be a great addition to the game. Along those same lines, we talked about this pre-release as well. I would also love to see an end of event recap for things like world boss fights or dungeon bosses or nightmare dungeons. Give me a little recap of highlights of information of what happened, how we did, how much damage we did. Just interesting stats you could throw in here, which I think would be great. This next one is a recurring request, and that is for a larger field of view. For the love of God, anytime I get on my mount, anytime I go to the Tree of Whispers, and at various other locations in the game, when that camera zooms back just a wee bit, I'm like, this is where my camera should be the whole time. Just please consider it. Give us the option. You don't have, if you want to keep it up close for the immersion, if you want to keep it up close for the sake of people playing on console because they're further away from their screens, I get that as well. There's a whole lot of reasons why Blizzard wants the camera where they have it. But I'm telling you, I'm sitting here, got an ultra wide monitor, I'm an arm's length or so away from it. I want that camera back just a little bit. I don't, it doesn't need to be massive, right? I don't need my character to be like a P on the screen, but somewhere between 10 to 20% more pulled back, I think would be great. And then finally, last big thing is just so much quality of life when it comes to storage and the stash. For one, we absolutely need a larger shared stash. Trying to store alternate gear for different builds, for variations on my build, like I talked about earlier, for like speed clearing or for single targets or for PvP, and then having to save the aspects because there's all these different roles and the various builds will have specific aspects that they want, and only half of the aspects are in the Codex of Power. So I need to hold on to my aspects, but they take up a lot of space. And then that doesn't even consider if you have more than one character. As it was just on my Sorceress, my stash was basically full. Then I made the Druid and I was like, my stash is full and at least half of it is for my Sorcerer. So what ended up happening as I continued to play the Druid and was like, hey, you know what? I love this. I'm having a great time. I think this is going to be my new main character. I got all the Sorcerer stuff taking up space. I need storage for my Druid. I just had to delete all my Sorcerer stuff, and that's gonna suck when I go back to playing the Sorcerer. So we need more shared space in general. I think there's some also more fine-tuning they could do. I think separate gem storage would be great as well. I actually flip-flopped on this. So early on I was like, oh my god, there's so many gems, they take up so much space. I hate this. You know, we should get like a gem pouch or an extra gem storage tab. But then as I kept on playing and I was in the end game, I realized, well, you only need like a handful of gems for your build, because once you know the gems that you need, you don't need to hold on to all the other ones and all the other variations, right? And then I was like, okay, maybe this gem thing isn't such a big deal. But then the leaks came out that there are going to be higher tier gems, with people reporting that we might need hundreds or thousands of gems to feed into to make those higher tier gems. And now I've gone back again to thinking, yes, we should be holding on to every single gem that we find because we're going to need it for a future update. And with that, we need some gem storage, please. That would be great. Also along those same lines, aspects, okay? So we extract aspects and they take up just as much room as the item that we were holding on to. So in a lot of ways, it doesn't really make sense to even extract an aspect until you are about to use it, because it takes up just as much space. So just hold it up in your inventory. But as mentioned earlier, we don't actually have quite enough inventory or shared stash space. We could use more of that. So I think one solution would be just take aspects and make it as part of the occultist UI. Like make it part of that menu when you interact with the occultist. Whenever you extract something, it just like goes into this hopper of things that you can use, rather than having it be an item that takes up even more space, another thing to fill our inventory. If not, hey, why not just increase the aspect inventory tab? Both the equipment and the consumables have 3 rows, but for some reason aspects only has 2 rows. Why? Give us a 3rd row at least if you're not gonna migrate it into the occultist UI. And then there's also the fact that like every single aspect of a type, be it like offensive or resource or mobility or utility, they all look the same. So when I break down a bunch of different offensive aspects, the icon is the exact same. I can't at a glance figure out what each one is, so I've got to mouse over each one of them individually. I had a whole stash in my shared stash filled up with all of these different offensive and other aspects for my Sorceress, right? And then I made the Druid, and I was also pulling up more aspects from there for the build that I needed. And when I put that all in the same stash, they all just mixed together. And I was like, you can figure it out, right? You can manually sort it, you know, put like the Sorcerer on top and the Druid on the bottom. But even still, if I have like 10 different offensive aspects, every time, like if I need a new one because I get a new piece of gear, because we're constantly getting a new piece of gear, and we need these aspects for builds to make the synergies work and everything. So every time, you know, I got a new piece of gear, I need this particular offensive aspect for it. Which one of the 10 to 20 offensive aspects in my stash was that one? I don't remember, and I can't at a glance figure it out. So, nope, that's not it. Nope, that's not it. Nope, that's not it. Like, that's what you have to do every time. At a glance, there should be some better way of finding this. Or another option, and this would solve a lot of other problems, is if they gave us some sort of search functionality, some keyword search, instead of mousing over every single aspect or every single piece of gear when you're looking for something. Let us type in keywords that can filter things out. If we're looking for a specific stat or a specific
Aiden,
word that we know is on
welcome
the aspect,
to my
we can
channel.
find it easily if we had a search function there. And then also, I think just some better sorting options, because right now there's only one type of sort, so they should give us the option to sort by rarity or armor type, or sort by class or power level, or sort so that all of the aspects are put next to each other by their particular name. There's a lot more quality of life and a user experience improvements that I feel like they can make, and these would definitely be some of them. And then finally, after playing so much, I realized we could definitely use a loot filter, and I hope that is something that they consider as well. Whew, okay, so that I know was a long list of what sound like grievances, but really these are just things that I would love to see brought to the game, addressed with the game to make it better. A game that I already think is great, a game that I plan to play for the next several weeks up until the first season and into the first season. And if some of these things are addressed, maybe something that I continuously play for far longer. I think they've got a really great base here, but I do think there's a lot of things they could do to improve the game, and many more beyond the things that I touched on and addressed here. And maybe that's something, other issues that we cover in future videos. But that's pretty much going to do it for today's. Thank you guys for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. Let me know what you think about any of these critiques. You know, I'm not a game developer, and there will be a lot of things that we discussed here that might go against some of Blizzard's philosophy with how they're designing the game, of why they made systems the way they did. But at least from my perspective, some of, if not all of these, have been major pain points in my play experience, and I would really love to see them consider addressing at least a portion of what we discussed here today. But that's gonna do it for today's video. Thank you all, as always, for watching. Hope you enjoyed it, and I'll see you in the next one. Take it easy.
Nestled in the arms of the once great and powerful full moon witch is a luminescent amber egg. Hidden deep within the amber is something quite special, a great rune, known only as the Great Rune of the Unborn. Many have speculated how a great rune became embedded in the amber, and why it was placed with the former Carian queen and head of the Academy of Raya Lucaria. Today, we will be doing the same. Hello everyone, and welcome back to my channel. I am a human Justicar, and today we're going to be discussing the Amber Egg and the Great Rune of the Unborn. If you have not already, I highly recommend starting with my complete timeline video, as I will be referring to it multiple times throughout this one. There will be major spoilers ahead, so please continue at your own risk. The amber egg is at first a seemingly inconspicuous object, but upon closer examination, it becomes an increasingly strange and ominous thing. Very little is disclosed about the egg's origin, so much of the information revolving around it is veiled in mystery and speculation.
Welcome to my channel.
Some of the few things we know for sure are as follows. The amber egg once was in the possession of the second Elden Lord, Radagon. It currently belongs to the former Carian queen, Lady Renala. And finally, that the great rune inside of it has the ability to birth people anew. The first time we are introduced to it is in the Grand Library at Raya Lucaria. At the opening of Renala's boss fight, During its first cutscene, we can see her descending from the ceiling, cradling the amber egg, its golden glow sparkling in her eyes. Renala is the only shard bearer that you don't technically fight. Her boss battle is unique in that you attack the juvenile scholars that surround her. They use a variety of methods to stop you, like gravitational magic to throw books, chandeliers, and other objects, as well as blowing fire, all the while crawling on the floor of the Grand Library. These aren't the ones you need to look out for though. Attacking the juvenile scholars, who can be heard singing a lullaby, damages the golden barrier around Renala. The lyrics to their song are both eerie and oddly beautiful. Let's break down these lyrics line by line. Mother's Amber is an obvious reference to the amber egg, from which each juvenile scholar is reborn. Their robes tell us, the juveniles birth anew by the amber egg of Queen Renala, the head of Raya Lucaria Academy. Yet their rebirth is not without imperfections, and thus do they repeat the process, eventually becoming utterly dependent upon it. Bound tight could be describing their dependence upon the Great Rune and its rebirth process. Therefore, bound tightly to Mother's Amber. Find life is more than likely referring to the new life that Renala gives to those whom she births anew. Umbra is a rather interesting choice of word because its definition is rather specific. The darkness or shadow cast during a total eclipse. It specifically describes the darkest, most inner part of that shadow. The song also mentions sleep twice, something we hear again very shortly after defeating her first phase. This is a quick reminder to subscribe to my channel if you want to see more from me. Be sure to also hit the thumbs up button down below if you're enjoying this video. Thanks! After separating Renala from her egg, she begins desperately crawling back towards it, stating,
My beloved, have no fear. I will hold thee. Patience. Ye will be countless born forever and ever.
Suddenly, a black cloud-like substance begins to rise from it. We can hear the one responsible for this magic begin to speak.
Upon my name is Rani the Witch. Mother's rich slumber shall not be disturbed by thee.
An illusion or puppet of some sort appears, taking the shape of Renala, the full moon queen. Not as she is now, but as she once was. It is then and only then that we can truly fight Renala, or at least this version of her. Mother's rich slumber may be an important callback to the lullaby sung by the juvenile scholars. But once this copy of the Carian Queen is defeated, she utters a few sentences before vanishing. The real Renala remains in the Grand Library, alone, clutching the amber egg still, unscathed and seemingly unbothered. And it is there that she remains, allowing the tarnish to come to her for rebirth. Through the power of the great rune stashed inside the egg, she lovingly cradles. There's a lot of information to cover regarding the amber egg, so I've decided to break it up into 4 main questions, starting with, what exactly is the amber egg? The amber egg itself was a gift from Renala's husband, the red-haired champion Radagon. As Gideon Ofnir states, her beloved Radagon left her to become Queen Marika's second husband. The great rune dwells within the amber egg that was Radagon's gift to her. As I said in the beginning of this video, the origin of the amber egg is never explicitly stated in the game. Despite this, there are a lot of subtle clues that could lead us towards an answer. Sorceress Elen tells us that glintstone is the amber of the cosmos, but golden amber contains the remnants of ancient life and houses its vitality. This isn't the only time we hear about amber retaining life inside of it. The Viridian Amber Medallion's description reads, "The Erdtree's old sap becomes amber, treasured as the most precious of jewels in the age of Godfrey, the first Elden Lord. A primordial life energy resides inside." So both those who worship the Erdtree and those who do not believe that amber contains residual life in it, whether it comes from the cosmos or the Erdtree's sap. And there lies our biggest clue, the Blessed Dew Talisman. Talisman depicting a drop of the Erdtree's sap, a blessed boon. It was once thought that the blessed sap of the Erdtree would drip from its boughs forever. The drop of blessed sap depicted looks eerily similar to the amber egg, which leads me to believe that the amber egg is in fact a product of the Erdtree itself. There is one problem that needs to be wrinkled out though. The image shows the drop of sap falling into a chalice, which could also be referring to the sacred and crystal tears. Sacred tears are blessings of the Erdtree, worshipped in the churches of all lands. During the age of the Erdtree, these tears were used to spread the faith, for theirs was once a certain blessing. Unfortunately, it tells us that this is but a faint vestige, or a trace of something that no longer exists. A crystal tear is formed slowly over the ages where the Erdtree's bounty falls to the ground. These tears are scattered throughout the lands between and can be picked up and used by the tarnished. The major difference seems to be that crystal tears are more associated with minor Erdtrees, whereas the Blessed Drop tells us directly that it is a drop of the Erdtree's sap. Amber in real life is a hard, transparent, yellowish-brown substance that was formed in ancient times from resin, a substance produced by trees. This could mean that the amber egg came to be from the Erdtree's sap during the Age of Plenty, which would explain why there is only one in existence that we know of. The Blessed Dew Talisman explains that the Age of Plenty swiftly came to a close, and with time, the Erdtree became more of an object of faith. Renala speaks to the amber egg as if it were alive, and that's because it technically is. A primordial life energy resides inside. This explains why it is called an egg, as well as the way that Renala cradles it as if it were an infant, even sitting atop a baby bassinet. If the amber egg is in fact a blessed drop of Erdtree's sap containing remnants of an ancient life form, then what is the great rune of the unborn? The description reads, "Amber egg clutched by Renala, queen of the full moon." This line insinuates that the great rune and the amber egg are one in the same. However, I don't believe this to be true. It goes on calling it the great rune of unborn demigods. But who are the demigods? The demigods, as Enya tells us, are each and all the direct offspring of Queen Marika. And what exactly is a great rune? The two fingers themselves describe what a great rune is, stating, "Brave Tarnished, your great rune is a handsome shard of the Elden Ring." There is a direct connection between great runes and the demigods themselves, something that Enya explains in her early game dialogue. Great runes are the stuff of demigods, the children of the goddess Queen Marika. Those that possess a great rune are also called shard bearers, a fitting name since they each bear a shard of the Elden Ring. Sir Gideon Ofnir uses this term when describing the demigods as inheritors of the great runes, the shard bearers. But why does any of this matter? It matters because the great rune of the unborn is a great rune, or a shard broken off of the Elden Ring, and as such, it is directly tied to the demigods. That means it likely came to be inside the amber egg much later in the timeline, after the shattering of the Elden Ring. This also would confirm that the Great Rune was not present in the amber egg when Radagon first gifted it to Lady Renala, proving that the amber egg and the Great Rune of the Unborn are in fact two separate things. Since Great Runes are the stuff of demigods, it is much more likely that a demigod would have been the one to place it there in the first place. And as we know, Renala herself is no demigod. But the Great Rune of the Unborn is not what makes the amber egg contain life. It simply grants new life. The rest of the description is as follows. Perfects those who have been born anew. Children born anew by Renala are all frail and short-lived, imperfect beings, each and all. It states that it perfects those who have been born anew, but for some reason, all of those born from Lady Renala are imperfect. So then who, if anyone, was perfected by the Great Rune of the Unborn? All of Renala's sweetings resemble her, with dark hair, fair skin, and half-blue, half-golden eyes. This could just be a coincidence, but what if the results of a rebirth is dependent upon who performs it? Pastor Muriel describes Renala's use of the Great Rune as a devotion to it through forbidden rite, the grim art of reincarnation. Reincarnation is the rebirth of a soul into a new body. For this to take place, death must occur first. Rebirth is described as the endless cycle of birth, death, and rebirth. This concept actually already exists in the game, in the most peculiar of places. The remembrance of the regal ancestors' description says, life sprouts from death, as it does from birth. Such is the way of the living. Another group who practiced a sort of reincarnation is the Carians themselves, or to be more accurate, their ancestors, the astrologers. Long before the war against the fire giants took place, astrologers lived in the mountaintops of the giants. The Carians' treasured sword, the Sword of Night and Flame, describes this. Astrologers who preceded the sorcerers established themselves in mountaintops that nearly touch the sky, and consider the fire giants their neighbors. When traversing the Stargazer's ruins, you find a peculiar object, the primal glintstone blade. It was said that the old sorcerers would slice open their hearts with these blades to imbue a primal glintstone with their soul, and thus did they die. But what is a primal glintstone? It is a glintstone that appears seemingly half alive, with blood vessels that are visible within. In essence, a primal glintstone is a sorcerer's soul. If transplanted into a compatible new body after their original body dies, the sorcerer will rise again. The reason why we know all of this is because of Sorceress Selene, an NPC who once studied at the Academy of Raya Lucaria, who also entrusts you with her primal glintstone. Just like Selene's primal glintstone, the amber egg is also seemingly alive. There is also this line to consider. When Renala, head of both the Academy of Raya Lucaria and the Carian royal family, lost her husband Radagon, her heart went along with him. If a sorcerer can imbue a glintstone with their very soul, then could it be possible to do the same thing with the amber egg, forever preserving the life within it until it is time to be reborn? This leads to our next question. Why did Radagon give Lady Renala the blessed dew of the Erd Tree? I touched on the cuckoo theory briefly in my complete timeline video, but I'd like to expand upon it in this one. The cuckoo is famous for being a brood parasite, or an animal that relies on other species to raise their offspring. The brood parasite manipulates a host, either of the same or of another species, to raise its young as if it were its own, usually using egg mimicry with eggs that resemble the host's. Egg mimicry could be connected to the amber egg through the rebirth requirement of a larval tear, core of a creature of mimicry known as a silver tear. as much as a substance as it is a living organism. Material required by the amber egg cradled by Renala, queen of the full moon, to birth people anew. It is rather odd that a drop of the Erd Tree sap would be called an egg unless at some point it functioned as one. Could it be that Renala is in fact the host, nurturing the egg of a clever cuckoo? In my last video, I described the amber egg as Radagon's parting gift to his first wife before abandoning her to marry Queen Marika. While I may not have been entirely wrong about that, I may also not be entirely right either. Let me explain. When Sir Gideon Ofnir spoke of the egg, he simply says the great rune dwells within the amber egg that was Radagon's gift to her. Pastor Muriel, who reveals the most about Radagon and Renala's relationship, only refers to the amber egg once, stating, "In the end, Lady Renala was left alone. Cradling the amber egg, Lord Radagon bequeathed her." That wording matches an item directly connected to Radagon, the Golden Order Greatsword, which was once the greatsword bequeathed to him by his first wife, Renala. So perhaps the amber egg, or blessed dew of the Erd Tree, was Radagon's gift to his new wife, at the beginning of their relationship, rather than at the end, like previously thought. This could imply a connection with the birth of the 3 children Radagon and Renala conceived to the amber egg itself. Were they born from the amber egg? I've wondered this for a long time now. As far as we can tell, all 3 of them closely resemble their father, more so than Renala, unlike her sweetings who are reborn by the egg. Rani's original body, though extremely disfigured, does still have red markings on her scalp, suggesting she inherited her father's red hair. This would be the same as General Radahn. Radahn inherited the furious flaming red hair of his father Radagon. Radahn in particular is an interesting character, because his actions directly caused the downfall of his family. Renala, as the Queen of Caria and the head of Raya Lucaria, was essentially the ruler of the night sky, since she commanded both the moon and the stars. We know that those at the Academy of Raya Lucaria disagreed with the Carians' belief that the moon and the stars were equal. The lazuli glintstone crown belongs to scholars who study Carian sorceries, a heterodox pursuit that views the moon as equal to the stars. Even though it was the full moon from which Renala gained her mastery in sorcery, the stars are what ultimately commanded her fate. Sorceress Elen confirms this. The stars alter the fate of the Carian royal family. Coincidentally, soon after the union between Radagon and Renala, the stars would be halted by none other than her own son. But long ago, General Radahn challenged the swirling constellations, and in a crushing victory, arrested their cycles. General Radahn saw his actions as heroic, as the Star Scourge heirloom tells us. A talisman engraved with a scene from a heroic tale. The mightiest hero of all the demigods confronted the falling stars alone, and thus did he crush them, his conquest sealing the very fate of the stars. His victory over the stars may have been seen as heroic to those loyal to the Erd Tree and the Golden Order, but it was detrimental to his own mother and everything she had built. Renala's own son was obsessed with the Golden Order and the first Elden Lord, Godfrey, despite being born into the Carian royal family. He even goes as far as to impede his own family's fate for his own benefit, like a parasite, an organism that lives in or on a host that benefits by deriving nutrients at the host's expense. The telescope is a simple object, but its description tells us of the rise and fall of the Carians and who caused it. Astrology tool used by members of the Carian royal family. During the age of the Erd Tree, Carian astrology withered on the vine. The fate once right in the night skies has been fettered by the Golden Order. Fettered means to imprison or restrain with chains, and General Radahn is famous for arresting the stars' cycles. Could this be hinting at Radahn's true purpose? an egg planted in the Carian Queen's nest by the Golden Order, with the purpose to benefit from the host at the Carian's own expense. I've always felt suspicious of Radagon and Renala's relationship, and since starting this series, that suspicion has only grown. Renala's attachment to the amber egg can easily be categorized as unhealthy, and her compulsion to perform the rebirth ritual is detrimental to both her mind and her own well-being. In fact, she is so infatuated with the egg that rather than try and defend herself after the golden barrier has been broken, Renala instead crawls across the Grand Library's floor, all to get back to her beloved. This word is used by Sir Gideon Ofnir when referring to Radagon. If we look back at our timeline, it was directly after Radagon's abrupt departure and abandonment of Renala that the Academy turned against her and the entire Carian royal line. Those at the Academy realized that Renala was no champion after all. But as we know, before her marriage to Radagon, Renala was in fact a champion. Renala is described in the Remembrance of the Full Moon Witch as a prominent champion who charmed the Academy with her lunar magic. Yet now she remains transfixed on the amber egg, either unwilling or unable to defend herself from harm. So was it the loss of her husband that changed her demeanor, or was it something more nefarious, that turned the once fearsome enemy of the Golden Order into a docile shadow of her former self? I've been speculating for a long time now that Renala was bewitched by Radagon, either with some sort of magic or the amber egg itself. The motivation behind this action could have been to stamp out the power and influence of the full moon, or even to control it. But why? Renala was an imposing monarch as a Carian queen, essentially a challenger to Queen Marika, and was also the commander of a great opposing army, the Glintstone Knights. It was actually in battle during the Second Lyurnian War that she met Radagon. There was also another queen that existed in the lands between, well before Renala, the Gloam-Eyed Queen. The Black Flame ritual describes her. The Gloam-Eyed Queen led the Apostles. It is said that she was an Empyrean chosen by the Fingers. Even though the Gloam-Eyed Queen was a chosen Empyrean, she was still seen as a rival to Queen Marika, for it was Marika's shadow who defeated her. Sacred Sword of the Dusk-Eyed Queen, who controlled the Godskin Apostles before her defeat at the hands of Malekith. It's an assumption, but seeing as how Malekith was bound to Queen Marika, I don't think it would be a stretch to say Marika herself ordered the attack on the Gloam-Eyed Queen. Then perhaps Queen Marika is also responsible for the bewitchment of Queen Renala. If that is the case and Queen Marika was behind this plot, why not just kill Renala? Why would Queen Marika go to the trouble of bewitching her and keeping her alive? It could be that Radagon truly did love her and couldn't bring himself to murdering his own wife, or it could also be that they needed her. As the keeper of the Golden Order's amber egg, cradling and protecting the ancient life housed inside it forever, and becoming a slave to the rebirthing process. Before I get too carried away on that topic, it's time for our final question. How did a great rune become embedded inside the amber egg? The way I see it, there are only two realistic options. The Great Rune of the Unborn is in fact a Great Rune as previously established, and Great Runes are directly connected to demigods. And there are only two demigods whose Great Runes are missing: Rani the Witch and Mikola the Unalloyed. I want to add in a quick little spot right here to address something that might be a little controversial. I didn't write this in the script, but I know there will be people in the comments who want to argue that Godwyn the Golden is also missing his Great Rune. The problem with that is that the shattering happened directly after his death, so it doesn't seem likely that Godwyn would have gotten a Great Rune, although he is still technically alive in death. only soulless, so I'm not really sure how that would work, and I'm not going to be addressing that in this video. Just wanted to put this disclaimer in for anybody who mentions it in the comments down below. There is a huge divide regarding which of the demigods' great rune is in fact the great rune of the unborn. So let's look at arguments for both. Rani the Witch was an Empyrean chosen by her own set of fingers alongside her half-siblings Melania and Mikola. As such, they each were in a position to replace Queen Marika as the next god to rule over the lands between by the Greater Will. Rani, however, wanted nothing to do with the Greater Will or the Golden Order, but refusing was not an option. Marika's scar seal hints at this. These seals represent the lifelong duty of those chosen by the gods. Rani would have to go to extreme lengths to escape the duty she neither wanted nor asked for. Using a blade imbued with a fragment of the Rune of Death, Rani killed herself at the same time as Godwyn the Golden was slain by the Black Knife assassins. This somehow preserved her soul, allowing her to live through the body of a doll. The body she was born into was not the only thing Rani supposedly cast away. When asking him about the additional great runes, Gideon Ofnir mentions Rani, saying, "Rani is said to have cast aside her great rune. So here at the Hold, we seek the whereabouts of the remaining 3 shard bearers." This makes sense, since the great runes are pieces of the Elden Ring and therefore tied to the Greater Will, the very thing Rani is trying to escape. The term cast aside suggests that Rani abandoned it, rather than destroyed it. So it's long been speculated that her great rune still exists even today in the game. This is where the amber egg comes in. Perhaps she buried it into the amber egg her mother lovingly clung to. It could also explain how Rani was able to place some sort of protection spell over it in the event that her mother was separated from the egg. And seeing as how Renala is her mother, it could fit. But let's talk about option number 2. Mikola the Unalloyed was one half of the well-known twin prodigies. He and his sister Melania were the offspring of Queen Marika and King Consort Radagon. Well before the shattering of the Elden Ring, Mikola shared his father's faith and passion for the Golden Order. The Triple Rings of Light was a gift from the young Mikola to his father Radagon. Their relationship, however, would soon sour. The young Mikola abandoned fundamentalism, for it could do nothing to treat Melania's accursed rot. This was the beginning of unalloyed gold. Unalloyed refers to pure gold, which could mean that Mikola learned of the impurities of the Golden Order. Mikola and Melania would both abandon their seats at the capital and embark on a journey far to the north in order to create a new order, the Order of the Halig Tree. It was also said that the Halig Tree was watered with Mikola's own blood since it was a sapling. He would then cocoon himself into the base, as Gideon Ofnir says. I heard speculation Mikola embedded himself in the Halig Tree. Indeed, it seems those words held weight. I have an entire video dedicated to Mikola. You can click the link up top if you're interested in that one. When we reach the Halig Tree, however, Melania sits alone, gazing up at the last remnants of her now missing twin brother. Moog, the Lord of Blood, cut Mikola out of the Halig Tree and fled with him underground. He does not respond to either the Lord of Blood or the Tarnished after his defeat. Instead, the young Empyrean remains slumbering inside his cocoon. But what of his great rune? Well, it was never once mentioned. When Gideon Ofnir lists the Shardbearers, Mikola is not one of them, so it's unclear if he ever had one to begin with. There's also only 6 divine towers, and each has their own respective owner, including Rani. It could be the same situation for him and Melania as it is for Moog and Morgott, who share a divine tower, because they are twins. The main reason why so many online are positive that the Great Rune of the Unborn is Mikola's is because of its similarities to Melania's, in appearance. Which does make sense, since once again, Mohg and Morgott also share similar looking great runes. Mohg and Morgott are twin brothers, and their great runes are naturally similar. Another detail that points at the amber egg relating to Miquella is the presence of amber used by his followers. Sword forged by servants of Miquella of the Haligtree, with a design modeled after those carried by Carian knights. Instead of glintstone, however, amber from the Haligtree is embedded in the blade. We also see this in the silver mirror shield of radiant silver, festooned with amber, and carried by Loretta, Knight of the Haligtree. Loretta herself was also once a Carian royal knight. Miquella seemed to be very influenced by the Carians, even acquiring the royal's personal guard as his own. Loretta's war sickle tells us, originally given for service as a personal guard to the Carian royalty, the weapon's blue glintstone has been replaced with unalloyed gold. This may be the missing connection between Miquella and Lady Renala, who at first glance seem to not be connected in any way. What purpose would Miquella need to bewitch Lady Renala? I'll give you a hint. The full moon is required to create an eclipse. So tell me, who do you think stashed the great rune of the unborn into the amber egg? Was it Miquella, the unalloyed, or Rani, the witch? There are still many questions that remain, and I'll be working on a part 3 theory video to come out very soon. I hope that you enjoyed this video. Please leave any corrections, suggestions, and questions you may have in the comments down below. Thank you to the few of you who stuck it out at the very end of this video. I know it was another long one. Don't forget to like and subscribe, and as always, I can't wait to talk to you all on the next one. Bye!
different than the... Huh? Oh, I have a gun. Welcome back to the bunker! Amnesia's finally out, and we are jumping right into the trenches. Oh my god. What am I looking out for? I'm so scared. Where do I go? Am I just going? Oh no. It's not you, right? Let me in, please. Close it. Woo! Bullets. Good. Yeah. I know. Okay. I'm loaded up. Ooh. Can I take this with me? And just dig myself under the trench and around? Alright, I better go help my brothers. Ooh. Look at me. Whoa. Oh my god. Hello? Locked. Oh my god. All the bodies mangled up in the barbed wire, dude. This is hell. God damn, dude. I don't need this gun. I got 2 other guns. Dude, God, dude, the gunfire. Quick. Oh, bear crawling. Where? Bullets. Very good. Yeah, let me load one more. All right, man, come with me. I can totally hide in this. There's a breathing hole and everything. Oh my god! No! Holy shit. Oh, I'm gonna shoot you. Oh. Hey, dude! I can be covered from up here. Thank you, brother. Keep pushing forward. Thank you. I'm pretty sure I got shot. Oh, dude, Lambert's my hero. Get out. I've been injured. Oh no. Yep, that's blood. I don't know if you know what blood is. I bet that's gonna be a mechanic when I get inside. Yes. Oh, that's gonna be some PTSD. You just picked up an item that can be used for crafting. Pick up other cloth pieces and press tab to access your inventory page. You can buy 2 cloth items to craft a bandage. Oh, there we go. Yeah, man, fix it up with a can of healing. Wait, how did it... Wait, what? Where did I get the container from? I love that. That's different than the demo. Interesting. So I can constantly check my... Ooh, grenades. Am I blowing something up? I guess the door. Okay. How do I do this? Throw and run. Throw and run! Whoa, got faster, man! Okay. I can't lie, dude. This is actually kind of intense. For a horror game, it's doing this part pretty well. Shit. Bullets. Okay, let me load that in. Hold on. I've already shot 2. I don't even know if I helped. I think Lambert did it all. Go. Go. Oh no. I know what to do. Shit. No. Hey! Oh shit!
Where are you?
I'm here! Ow! I can't go in the gas! Oh no.
Get this on fast!
Oh dude, Lambert, thank you.
Make it out of this hell together.
Yes, we will.
We're nearly there.
Actually, you know what? With the way this is going, probably not. Lambert, I don't think you got long, dude. I've seen too many games and movies like this.
Hello, my friend.
Oh, we made it!
I'm on patrol tonight, guys.
Where he died. I know where this is going. Hello? Okay. What the fuck? on patrol up here. Oh, shit. Lambert? Lambert? Is that you, buddy? It's not you. Hey, yo, what? Oh, hey! What? What the fuck just happened to the moon? I'm dreaming. I'm dreaming. Yeah, this is definitely... Whoa. Is that him? How much have I had to drink? No.
Drink this. Then I'm going to get you out of here.
What happened to you and what are you doing? What were you doing down there? What was that fire? It was like purple and there was a stone next to it. We said we found something, right? And it was a direct way to the Germans? Oh shit,
I'll
this
get
is
you
gonna be
back to
intense.
safety. Just hold on to me.
Hold on to me! I'm gonna get messed up. Yeah, what is that? Well, they definitely saw that, right? It's like basically a signal flare. Let's go, man. We're dead. This is a chase. There it is. There it is! Holy shit! Zigzag! Zigzag! Serpentine! Lambert, don't do... Well, it was nice knowing you. You are now on your own. Learn, adapt, experiment, survive. That you are now on your own. That sentence alone instills so much terror. Is this where the demo started? It is. Okay. Luckily, I kind of know what I'm supposed to do for this first part. You guys gave me a ton of feedback for the demo about maintaining the generator. And I guess, yeah, it makes sense. I'm probably going to need that on. I know some of you are watching this and you did not see me play the demo. You'll see. Welcome back to the bunker, dude. So many opportunities for a title card. For the title of the game to show up, but didn't do it. Soldat Clements admitted to medical treatment following events of 9th of July. Personal effects held storage. Patient remains in a weak coma state. I'm assuming this is me, right? I don't know what that means. Is that a title or is that someone's name? We'll continue to monitor. If status does not improve in a week's time, recommend transfer to Saint Etienne for neurological tests. Fresh Sig? Where's the person that was in here helping me? The holes in the walls. Holes in the walls. Flashlight, quick, please. Shut up! Here it is. Yeah, I got it. Now, if you didn't watch the demo, I gotta say, this game and the way it was presented in just the demo and so far is one of the most terrifying games I've played in a long time. Yeah, the way this game deals with atmosphere and terror, it's amazing. Close this. Like we did last time. Need that open. Thank you. We should be good for a bit. Yeah, I gotta shoot that lock. Hello. Yeah, it's me. It's me, buddy. Hey, man.
Thought I was the last one. Rat fucking officers ran and blew the exit behind them. You want to escape? You need to blow it back open. There's dynamite in the arsenal. And a handle to trigger it somewhere in the excavation site. Get them, and you can make it out. Shit thing, it's coming for me. Here, take this. Finish me off. Please. I want to die at the hands of a border soldier, not that monster.
Sure thing, buddy.
There's ammo in the pantry. Get it. Do the job, please.
See, this is where I should have realized that I could block the holes. Yep, open the door. Come on. Sorry, man. I think your fate is sealed. I will do my best, though. Wait, I wonder. Could I get him right now? Because I... Nope. Shit, the second I aimed at him. Sorry, buddy. I'll send for your family. Oh, I didn't get your name. Right, okay. Oh, son of a bitch. God, I forgot. Everything's fine. He doesn't know I'm here yet. He's got food for a little bit. Save! There we go. I love that save mechanic, dude. Alright. I can make healing. Important. When processing deceased soldiers, please check the reverse side of their ID tags for any messages, symbols, or locker codes. These are to be wiped clean before the tag is preserved and recorded. Right. I'm going to get a bunch of codes and important information on the back of the dog tags. Ay, ay, ay. Can we close this and lock it? Yes, I can. Thank you. Update to all medical and mortuary personnel. The rat problem has not gotten any better. They're swarming every dead body. They're even coming after the wounded. But the vermin have no interest in flesh after it is burned. So a new policy must be instituted. The bodies of all deceased soldiers must be burned. I have spoken to Father Nerai about this matter. He will provide proper consecration for the deceased. Remains will be preserved for families. This is not ideal and it fills my soul with pain, but burning to dead seems to be the only way to stop the rats from coming. So burn them we must. You know, you make a good argument there, buddy. I'm not going to store anything. Looking for another cloth. I can make a bandage. Stopwatch. Dog tag. 1826 for Frilo. I think he writes it down. I don't necessarily have to remember it. Order to all men, the beast hunts in the dark. The light is our only chance and the generator is our only hope. It must be kept fueled at all times, day and night. The continuous rotation of runs to the main fuel supply must be maintained. Watch each other's backs, keep each other safe. Do not let the light go out for all our sakes. Holy shit! You know, that breathing, I used to think that was me breathing, which it might be, because I might be in pain, you know. But it could be that, like, the monster is just sitting right here, stalking me the whole time. Fuel is flammable. Did you know? That's 2 jugs. Turn it on for a little bit, and then we take the pocket watch and sink it. Apparently, the light will keep the monster away, so I need to be quick. Hey. Oh shit, what's the code? 1826. There we go. Sup? Here we are. You can overcome most obstacles in multiple ways. Use your wits and your brains. I have none. Experiments. If you think something might be possible to do, it probably is. Have not seen another human for hours now. I might be the last. But in the hope that there might be another, I leave this now so you do not waste any time. This is the only exit. The only way out of this hell of our own making. It was blown closed. It needs to be blown open. Don't bother digging. Impossible. Blow it up. The dynamite is locked in the arsenal. The detonator handle is somewhere down in the Roman tunnels, deeper in hell. I go now to try to retrieve them both, though I do not know if you exist. I pray for you. Please extend me the same courtesy. Sure thing, buddy. All right, so the new objective is marked on my... I could fit through this. Are you kidding me? I gotta reference my map more. I gotta be quick, too. Right, this breaks, right? Okay. Somebody has a wheel in their locker, right? Not bad. God, that's loud! Dead rats. Don't mind me, just sneaking into the locker room. Lambert! Oh, he has a different... He's got shotgun shells? Oh, here we go. Boucher 0290. 0290? Oh. What is that? Oh, an extra space! I got this so early. Hell yeah. Shit, running low, running low. Okay, nothing down here so far. That's just mission storage and 2 places I can't even get into. To any of my men who see this, once we're free of this place, I will get the arsenal code from him. I will get it and I will radio it back to you. Trapped down here with that beast, the arsenal may be your only hope. It's all I can do, all I have the courage to do. Get to the communications room in the soldiers' quarters. Hide there. I'll broadcast the code to you, Jupiter. Engineers have broken through our storage area and into the old Roman tunnels. They are, as we thought, structurally sound, deep, and I confess I was skeptical of this last point, but they do indeed lead to the direction of the German line, right, as we were talking about. By September, we should be in the position to launch a massive push from inside the tunnels. Perhaps of note, inside the tunnels we found urns, Latin texts, etc. We'll do our best to preserve some materials for posterity. Updates to follow, yep. Just like the Dark Descent, man. Not a good idea. You have been cursed. No, 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 no. How do I... Oh, I just put it away. Oh, shit. Oh, who is chained up? Is this the prisoner's room? Oh, God! Situation report. After Hermes' death, the bunker descended into chaos. I've retaken control and ordered the men to form up in squads to hunt the beast down and kill it. They tell me it's not possible. They tell me the bullets don't kill it. They only buy a little time and the beast comes back angrier. Cowards. I've sent them back out now to do as they should, hunt and kill it. If they fail, they'll face a worse fate than claws in the darkness. Oh my God! I think I just figured something out. I can get into Reynolds with this. Blow it up, right? Do we think this is gonna work? All right. It seems like... What is that? Is something on fire? Okay, I think I need a gas mask. Holy shit. Where am I? What the fuck? What? Oh, dude. I didn't mean to... Why am I bleeding? I just inhaled a little gas, dude. I'm only a little covered in blood, okay? It's only a little bit. Shut up. Oh, this is bad. This is bad. Get it off. Dog tag. Oh, yes. Delisle. Let's thank God. 15th of May, 1916. I'm now putting into writing that I have reported to both of my immediate superiors. Last evening, 14th of May, I was assigned to aid the engineers in mapping the Roman tunnels. As I entered the deepest area of the tunnels, I noticed strange glowing liquid seeping from the walls. When I turned around, the walls of the tunnels themselves were suddenly gone, and I was standing in a vast plain of darkness. In the distance, there was a sickly light that seemed to be calling me forward. Between it and me, malformed shadows moved. I blinked again, it was gone. I was back in the tunnel. It lasted but a split second, but I am quite convinced that what I saw was no daydream, it was real. Since that experience, I have felt haunted, like a part of me is still there, stuck in the tunnels. I keep seeing shapes moving at the edges of my vision. I'm formally requesting medical leave, please help me. Empty? Yeah. Can you imagine if this game heard you on your mic? Hello? Oh, thank God. Here we are. What are we thinking here? I got into mission storage, but I need to go back because I have Delisle's code, 1472. So where am I? Left, immediate right. There we go. Okay. I'm not gonna waste the fuel just yet. I feel like this is a safe zone. Yeah, here we go. Delisle, 1472. There it is. Damn, we got this quick. He sounded like he was walking. I heard footsteps, dude.
9th of July. I do not know the time, but dusk has fallen and still, of course, no word. When I asked the sergeant, he shrugged, as if I was asking about when it might next rain. These fools around me, laughing, drinking, arguing. Do they know what I've done? Do they suspect it? I feel they must all be guilty of something. And yet, they laugh, drink, argue. God knows what I've done. I wonder if his judgment could be worse than my own.
Do you think maybe I released the prisoner and then the prisoner committed the murder? Because they were saying it's impossible for the prisoner to have escaped on his own. Maybe I let him out. Okay, got a little more time. Perfect. And this is where the demo ended. This is gonna be all new to me. Prison. Oh boy. We did have a prisoner. This is gonna get nuts. Oh, this is a long entryway into a prison. Jesus Christ. I don't have much time left. I should have added more. Hello? I would like another cloth, please. Another map here. Yep, someone's here. I fucking knew it. He's up. Shit. Fuck this. I'm putting some more fuel in. Fuck this. No way. Can he get in here? He can't get in here, right? There's no holes. Just purely a safe room. Oh my god. Let's do 2 for now. I don't want to get stuck. He sounds like he's out and walking now. Why didn't that work? He's out and about. Oh my god, he's out and about! Light. Oh my fucking god. I have wasted so much time. I've wasted so much time. I'm gonna try and open this.
Just more. Zatvoriš se, ja.
Ti?
Pa gledam Amneziju. Ovo. Izgleda kao... Ovo, brat, pogledaj. Montenegro. Mislim da je Montenegro. Ovo. A, mislim, lik previše ono glumi. Pretpostavljam da...
Šta?
Ne, nije mi ništa bolji njegov gameplay kad gledam taj review. Kad ga čujem kako vrišti, i razumeš, nego da ono... Priča normalni glas. Meni lično ne.
Ovo ti drugi svjetski rat, šta?
Prvi ili drugi, nemam pojma. Mislim da je prvi. Po uniformama bih rekao da je prvi. Ali ne dešava se... Ne dešava se na frontu, dešava se u vojnoj bolnici, ako sam dobro shvatio, u nekom bunkeru.
Ovo je, brate...
To je samo intro. Znači prvih 5-10 minuta igre, ne. Vidio sam da imaš dinamu, onu kao što imaju ni vojnici. Ona dinama tipa veličine džepnog sata sa malom kao lampicom i ono, imaš kao jojo, znaš da povučeš onaj kao onu žicu par puta da kao elektricitet generišeš. Kao u metrou, ako si metro igrao. Ili video. Otkud ti doma ovo dobro?
Na bolovanju sam.
Hoći dobro? Brate, ovo se razbilo.
Zub vadio, ima temperaturu.
Jebote.
Umnjak.
Fino.
Ova se baš raširila. Radiš?
Radim danas od 2. Mislim, nije težak posao, moraš samo biti ono umno tu. Kako ti kažem.
Jesi dobio platu? Jesi?
Platu dobijaš u 2 dela.
Pa koliko ti ispadne?
Ne znam. Prvi dan je mislim imao oko 21.000, tako nešto.
S kom milion priča? A si čuo što ti je pitala kum?
Čuo sam Jess i ostalo se prekinulo.
Kad ćeš doći na palačinke, pitaj.
Pita, kad ćeš doći na
Ne znam,
palačinke?
ja se s tobom nisam posvađala, no ti i moj muž ne možete na talasnu družinu.
Ja se ne svađam.
Nismo se ni svađali, nego Merlin ima radno vrijeme, prva, druga, treća.
Jeste, a Petar dođe uveče u 6-7 i ode na spavanje u 8-9 i onda nema...
Drugu, od 2 radi.
Pa ne.
I što si reka, prvi dio ti je 20?
Sutra
kako prvi dio 20? To preko banke, šta?
Ako hoćeš, mogu sutra na kafu doći, 8-9, ne znam kad se
ja
ustaješ.
svakako sam doma. A što veliš, 20.000 prvi dio, drugi?
Ne znam, drugi deo, ne znam kad mi plate reći ti.
Nisi još, pa koliko radiš ti već tamo?
A zato što isto kao pa radim.
Znam, mamo, kako od mene, mjesec, da. Ali ja sam mislio da si ti duže tamo jevete.
Pa mjesec dana, boga ne. Mjesec i možda nedelju 2.
Ali si navika?
A nije to teško, samo ono, radiš 6 dana.
Teško je sate, ono, prva, druga, treća, to je teško.
Nije, mene više, meni to nije problem, već je problem to što radiš 5 dana, 6 dana, 8 sati. Nije problem s njim.
Nikeo, prepečeno!
Sjećaš se, ne znam da li ti imaš to, one, kako se zove, Satisfactory, one igre.
Da.
Developeri rade na updateu za engine, na Unreal 5.0. Nisam ga probao, ali kažu da su za sad performanse iste, ako ne i možda za 5% gore, ali to je bez ikakve optimizacije. a oni očekuju da će igra raditi i bolje i da će moći da ubace ono novije stvari, razumeš? Tipa da izdele mapu sveta na manje sekcije, razumeš, kao kaže konkretno, kaže ogromne su zone trenutno. Isto 7 Days, posle godinu i po dana izbacili su update, znaš kako izgleda igra detaljno je, užas. Svaka tekstura, ono, znači HD, inventar isto. Imaš...
Čekaj, to je već izbačeno?
Pa imaš da odeš na, ono...
eksperimental.
Jeste, ali to ti je Alpha 21, samo što nije kao public, već je kao eksperimental, ali u suštini je full release. Ubacili su kao u Falloutu da skupljaš časopis. I časopisi ti level upuju gear crafting. Naprimjer imaš Bow Hunters, tako se zove knjiga, časopis. I obično nađeš 1 do 3 komada, svaki ti poveća level za 1, kao u Skyrimu. I recimo kad leveluješ za 5 ili 10 pojena, otključavaš, ne znam, crafting za 1, na primjer. Šta ima tu?
A će li bačiti NPC ili to?
Koliko ja vidim, oni već rade na sljedećoj igri, ovo je finalno skoro. Znači, update je bio 10 GB za igru. Ja sam gledao, imao sam Alpha 20, stavio sam mi se update na eksperimental na Alpha 21, 10 GB on skinuo. Svega. Znači, igra ti je maltene pa gotovo. Fale, znaš što fali? Ali to nisu ubacili, to vjerojatno imaju. Gledao sam na blogu njihovom, uradili su modele za ove razbojnike, ove kao raidere.
Da.
Samo vjerojatno treba da inkodiraju AI i da, znaš, naprave skripte za questove, kao što znaš da ima Rust. Kada da urade questove i da urade nekakav endgame tipa, ono, počinješ quest u Navezganeu, recimo na jednoj zoni i treba recimo da ideš neki bunker ili na neki heliport ili nešto, da nađeš neki antivirus, neku priču, kao što ima, koja igra ima priču takvu. Ono, iđe s avionom, padaš u šumu, pa si na ostrvu, kako se ono zove čudo? Isto rađeno u Unity Engine-u. Ima sad i drugi deo te igre. Ono, jebeno ostrvo gdje imaš mutante, kanibale, po pećinama se nekim vučeš, skupljaš.
Ne znam šta je to, ne znam. Ne, nove te. Nije Island, nego Forest.
Jeste, Forest. Forest je najsličniji 7 Daysu po craftingu i po preživljavanju, samo što je Forest imao, baš priču imao, oni su se fokusirali, ono, znači 99% da završe single player kampanju. I kako vidim, Fun Pimps, po što sam čitao i na Twitteru i na njihovom blogu, oni već planiraju da urade drugu igru, a da ostave jedan deo ekipe da rade samo update-ovi, to je to. A da znači, ono, završe igru pri kraju. Jer u odnosu na prošlu verziju, koja je izašla pre godinu nešto dana, dosta je vremena prošlo i vidim da je ovo već finalno. Znači, engine više, znači, ono, koliko mogu da ga srede, maksimalno je su, već su ga jednom update-ovali. I ovo je stvarno osvetljenje, znači, znaš kako svaka tekstura izgleda kao da je nacrtana ono žiletom, znači sve ono maksimalno ispolirano.
Biće to sve biti ako nema priče.
Pa, znaš šta im jedino fali, to je po meni, ajde osim skriptovanje toga, interfejs. Znaš kao kad uđeš u, ma bre stari Fallout 1 ili Fallout 2, znaš kad uđeš u meniju pa ono imaš ikonicu za sve iteme ili kad se leveluješ imaš onog malog, onog čovječuljka. Fali im tako, razumeš, neke sitnice.
Da.
To ti je ono finalni, ono polish. Ovo je mišolok. Uff. Idu pičku. imam dobar sistem za igranje. Stavim nivo težine na ono, insane, što znači da im treba 3 udarca možda tu ubiju. 2 ako nemaš armor, jedan ti skine sav kill, drugi tu ubije. Ako imaš armor treba im 3-4. Stavim nivo težine na insane, a XP na 150% i loot na 125%. Mislim da je tako bilo. I dalje imaš penal kad umreš. Ako te ubiju, do 10. levela ne gubiš ništa. Posle 10. levela imaš recimo 2-3 hiljade. Zaboravim se koliko je penal. Moraš experience da odeš u plus da bi nastavio da se leveluješ oko si stao. Znači imaš penal ako umreš. Ali s druge strane, normalan level up ti je brži svejedno. I questu daju gomilu experience. I sad imaš level 4 i level 5 questove imaš za ono XP i za pare, a imaš i infested questove, to su ti level 6 questove. To ti normalan quest kao maksimalni level sa kao boostom na zombije. I baš ima dosta zombija, od toga nisam stigao. Voda je veliki problem. Ne možeš da skupiš 100 praznih flaša, nađeš jednu lokvicu i da skuvaš i kao imaš vode do kraja igre. Vodu možda lutuješ samo u murky water i moraš svaki put da je prokuvaš. Treba ti lonac, znači.
Možeš iz rijeke uzeti vodu?
Ne.
Ne možeš iz rijeke uzeti vodu?
Moraš da napraviš, treba ti jedan filter, to kupuješ kod trgovca ili dobiješ kao quest reward. Treba ti vodeni filter, 100 plastike, 2 cijevi i... Odmah ću ti reći.
Ne zvuči glupo, ma kaki?
Dew collector, skupljač kišnice. 4 izolit trake, 4 cijevi, 100 polimera i 1 filter za vodu. I dnevno imaš 3 ili 4 boce vode. Ne znam koliko beš. I to je čista voda, bez da se kuva. Možda piješ vodu iz jezera, ono da priđeš jezeru i ono iz ruke piješ. Ali ako nemaš onaj upgrade na kacigu, znaš da imaš upgrade ono, da kao filtrirati vodu. Ako nemaš...
Prođeš.
Da, ne otruješ se, nego ono piše ti kao...
Dijareja neka.
Dijareja jeste i ono gubiš staminu, ali nisi žedan više. Ali imaš tu foru da se ja provalio. Piješ vodu dok god možeš iz jezera i dok ti ono našto piše da si full i ono skine ti tipa 20-30 jelta ti skine zato što piješ prlju vodu. I onda uzmeš i popiješ samo jedan onaj čaj, onaj žuti. Popiješ jedan čaj i to je to. Izleči.
Pa dobro, ako imaš čaj, da.
Imaš. Jako su jeftini trejtovi za ti startni za ono poljoprivredu. Evo, brate, šta trče? Pičku. Zaboravim u kojoj verziji su dodali animaciju da svaki zombi može da se da čučne i kao na 4 noge da hoda. Što znači da ne možeš da im eksploituješ kao ulaz u bazu tipa da bude pola kao jednu kocku visoki da oni ne mogu da se provuče. Svaki može da se provuče. Samo čučne na sve 4 i prođete kroz odbranu. Ali za to ima dobra fora, uzmeš onaj wooden blok, onaj kao osnovni crafting i napraviš wooden bar. To ti je kao...
i onda ne može, to je
i onda nastakuješ i upgradeš ga u drvo ili u kamen i naskačeš, recimo, napraviš 3-4 vis i možda pucaš ko 100 na dole, a oni pokušaju da ga obale, znaš. To ti je stara Minecraft taktika, samo unapređena. Kad dođe noć horda, imam dobru foru da uzmem zgradu koja je od cigala i nastakujem svuda okolo zidova, poređam okolo te wooden barove i upgradem ih. I onda trčim oko zgrade, a oni sve trče u krug i pokušavaju da dođu do mene, znaš. Ne mogu da pathfinduju.
Da, zbog tih, da.
Zato što ne mogu da dođu jer sam zabarikadirao prozore i sve okolo, a pošto se krećem svuda oko zgrade, onda pokušaju da me dovate kao kroz ivice. Isto ti je jeftin, mislim da je agility trait. Parkour imaš. Na drugom levelu možda skačeš 2 kocke visine, ne skačeš jednu već 2. I onda ti je dovoljno bilo šta da nastakuješ. Jedan zombi ne može skočiti toliko visoko, osim imaš onoga, ne znam da li si gleda, mutanta koji skače onako kao spider zombi. Samo on može skočiti toliko visoko. Svi ostali moraju da skoče na drugom na glavu da bi te dotakli. Rust su dosta updateovali, to sam vidio, ali nisam imao sreće s instalacijom. Zadnji put kad sam probao da igram Rust, bugova mi je, da sam batalio. Nešto su menjali sa engineom igre i sa opcijama, vjerojatno sam trebao iz dokumenta igre da obrišem sve, bukvalno sve. Vidio sam da su dodali pravljenje zgrada od metala i upgradeovanje čitave baze i znači full su izmenili kraftovanje. I nuklearnu elektranu su dodali u igri, to sam vidio.
Uras?
Aha, kao lokaciju. I treba ti radioaktivno delo da bi mogo da uđeš, primaš štetu od radijacije.
Dobar je Rast, nije loš Rast, nego ti, brate...
O, ne Rast. Skam.
Ti za Skam pričaš.
Jes. Napravio sam lapsus u Englesku. Rast ima... jako toksičan community. Nisam rekao da je igra loša, već mi je community, znači, tužan. Da ja tebe čekam da ti odeš offline, da ti ja rasturim sa bazukom vrata od baze.
Šta?
Tako bedno.
Ne znam kako se zove, ali vratit ću ti brzo. Ovdje ću ti vratiti.
Ne, dobro.
Mogu li?
Hoćeš biti dobro, da. Ne to, nego ćeš biti dobro da nas nećeš odgovarat, majici, grajati, to. Tu sjedi kad budeš to.
Ivi mora da to pokaže.
Kome?
Ivi. Igrice Roblox.
Ajde, može.
Ima izvesnih elemenata građenja i istraživanja koji mi se sviđaju Rastu, ali sve to pada u vodu kad vidim kakav je community.
Ali takva je igra, kumne.
Da,
to je
znam.
point igra.
Jest, isto kao Hunt Shodan. Point Hunt Shodan je da se uzme bounty i da se sedi u boss areni do zadnje sekunde meča. Takva je igra. Upravo isto takva igra. smeta ništa. Nije to do tebe. Takva igra. Gde je voda? Ja nisam ponio, šta je ovo? Jao. Ništa, moram da pijem ugljevotinu. Jedva sam se izlečio dezinterija, moram opet. Oho. Ja da dobijam experience kad se lečim. Šta mi treba za wooden bow? Bow parts? Ko zna, možda i valja. Još uvijek igraš na onom serveru, ne?
Što igram?
Na onom serveru igraš još uvijek.
Kojem serveru?
Za Rust. Zadnji put kad sam te gledao kad si igrao na ovom serveru sa onim Hungarijanima, čini mi se.
Ne, igram civilizaciju.
Jesi dobio free one update-ove?
Jesam, igram stari save.
Imaš, čini mi se, 6-7 su lidera dodali novih free. Mislim da ima neki kineski vođa, ima ono, znači, totalno, da kažem da mu je basta da možda napraviš tipa, normalno grad ide do 15-20 stanovnika. Njegov grad ide recimo do 30, zato što ima jako veliki boost na hranu iz ono, ne pada ti grad u depresiju kad ono, znaš, nabiješ mu veliku populaciju. Šta ću ja svim glupostima? Jedi. Kako još nisam dobio dezinteriju, ne znam.
Gdje se donijela 2 mačeta od dječeče, pa kao po kući.
Šta kaže tvoje kućke za to?
A ništa, jedva ih čekaju, znaš, samo
da izađu u dvorište.
Da.
Jesi li objasnio deci da se uglavnom ne slažu kučići i mačići, sve i da ti možeš da ih ono toležiš?
Ne znaju nego ono. Pogotovo se nijedna mača ne slaže sa žutom. Idem da izvijem nešto.
Ajde.
Pa ću možda posle u pastu Diško, dajte.
Ajde.
Ja ću ovo.
Pozdrav.
Oh my god, dude. Oh my fucking god. I bet he's waiting for me. Yes. 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 I can heal. No more blood. Thank you. Okay, the arsenal's now open though. What can I do in here? Oh, it's a whole new area. Just loaded in. Okay, well, does that mean the monster can't traverse between the levels? Another map. I can't. Oh, that's a grenade. Let's not go that way. Why is this all rigged? I don't want to go to the tunnels. Whoa, those are some big ass rats, dude. You weren't kidding. What does this get? A stick? Yes, fuel. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna go back. Dog tag. Alphonse? Nothing. Shit. Oh, more fuel. Oh, a ton of fuel, dude. Let's go back quick. Oh, thank God. Oh, that's beautiful. I got so much time now. Oh, look at that. Yes. I think I might actually have to go down to the Roman tunnels, which I don't want to do, but I got to see what's been going on in here, man. Shit, how do I break this stuff? Is there an item I need for that? Oh my God. There's water. Oh. Wait. If I can blow up the door over here. So if this is right here, I could probably take an item and toss it into the tripwire so I don't waste a bullet. You know what I mean? Yes! Yes! What the actual fuck? Boom. Ha ha! I got 3 extra item slots. This sub-map has been added to the main map of the administration office. Yeah. Dude, what the actual fuck? What the actual fuck? Boom. Ha ha! I got 3 extra item slots. This sub-map has been added to the main map of the administration office. Yes. So I'm in the clerk's office. Okay. I can't get into explosives, and I can't get into storage area. Currently locked. But there's a chain. What could I break the chain with? Uh-oh, another picture here. Ah, bolt cutters. That's exactly what I need. You know, I was told the thing hates light. Why was it able to walk over here? Desperate enough, I guess? Someone has the bolt cutters in their locker, and I'm gonna steal it. Oh, soldier quarters, right. I didn't go here yet. New area. Nice. Bolt cutters somewhere? Hello. Oh, that's terrifying. What's in here? A map. Right, I need something to blow this up. Why is it marked with an X? They're all locked. Oh, attention. The power in this part of the facility is daisy chained. Shut off the power in one section in the chain. The subsequent areas will go off as well. Switches should only be turned off under extraordinary circumstances, like when I say so. Pranks and mischief will be reported directly to Reynard. It's good to know. Oh, there we go. Mess hall security. Mess hall's blocked. Probably because it's messy. That's a grenade. I could probably trip that and run. I need a hiding spot though. Also, what is that music I'm hearing? Hello. That's like physically in the game. Like something's playing music. Fournier claims one of us killed Reynard, but I saw Reynard's corpse. His eyes were gone, gouged from his skull. His tongue was shredded. We all hate Reynard, but none of us could have done this. War is a brutality, but it is anonymous, mechanized. We fire at distant soldiers. Whoever did this, it was intimate. It was sadistic. I fear for all of us. Was it me? Did I do it? Oh, grenade. I might need the grenade to open that door for the map. Unless there's an explosive something somewhere. Clements!
9th of July,
Aw.
night. My conscience compels me now, as it failed to compel me then. I must do something, even if it costs me my own life. I must do something lest I never sleep again. I must do something or risk greeting hell itself as a relief. I must do something. I go.
Guy is so dramatic, eh? What the fuck? What the fuck? Is that a rat? That's a fucking rat! Too short to trip the tripwire. Bullets. Shotgun shells. I can't carry that. Whoa! Dude, this place is a death trap. Oh wait, I could probably break the door with this. Right? If it's locked? God! Oh no. Oh no! Holy shit, dude. Please. Please, no. I fucking hate this dude. Did he run through that grenade? I think he did. That was insane. What's that? Probably rats. Oh my god. Oh my god. No lock. This music is fucking me up. What is that? I need to save, man. Hey, everybody getting drunk? Pick this up. Can I combine this? Very last minute, desperate times item is what that is. That was the most terrifying. Dude, I was so fucking petrified. I think it's over. I think my stopwatch might be a little bit off. Security. Don't be locked. God damn it. There's a key there. Do I have to drag that explosive? Oh, it's right here. Right. Please don't come in here. Oh my god. Help me. Shit, I'm out. I'm out.
Stop screeching, this guy.
Goodbye for now. Welcome. Goodbye for now.
Oh my god!
Welcome.
Blizzard screws up yet again. That's right, guys. Reset the clock. It has been 0 days since the last incident. Here we go.
Well, fellas, it had to happen eventually. Blizzard has been doing a very good job when it comes to Dragonflight, but of course, Blizzard has to mess something up. And I hope, I really hope, that maybe this video turns things around and maybe Blizzard...
This is going to change it. Yep, Nixium, this is going to be the point where things start to change. Uh-huh. This is it, guys.
Back on their decision making.
For sure.
Let's talk about what Blizzard is doing over in Dragonflight.
Yeah.
So for those that don't play Dragonflight, there is this new feature that's been introduced to the game called the Trader's Post.
Which, by the way, yes, universally appreciated and liked by the player base. Pretty much, I mean, I would say as universal as you can get. Everybody liked the Trading Post.
Feature by the community where pretty much you go to the Trader's Post and you get like a set of challenges or things to do throughout the world, and it could be everything from completing quests to doing old content to doing raids to doing world quests, whatever. And by doing these things, you get a currency called Trader's Tenders. Right? Now what you can then do with this currency is you can buy these rotating rewards from the Trading Post. That includes things like really cool transmog options or mounts. Really, the sky is the limit. Blizzard could put
and they did such a great thing. They actually gave people the ability to buy store mounts through the Trading Post, which is insane.
Thing in the Trader's Post. And it's just a really cool system that has encouraged people to go out and to explore old content, play the game in maybe ways they've never done so before, so on and so forth, right? People have loved this addition to Dragonflight. I think it's a fantastic addition to Dragonflight, but unfortunately, Blizzard has looked at something
Well, it's such a fantastic addition to Dragonflight, they have to make more money off of it.
To my understanding, is not broken, and they have decided that they are going to fix it. And Blizzard is going to fix it through the only way that they know how, by asking you to hand over your money.
Again.
Whoa. You probably just said, what the heck are you talking about? Well, over on Wowhead, there have been these new Trader's Tender shop assets that have been data mined from the upcoming PTR build. And what are these bundles, you might be wondering? Well, we have these bundles of coins ranging from 250
Thank you, Bobby.
going all the way up to 1,000. What you're looking at right here is the kind of imagery that would be present on the
a fucking mobile game. Yep, that's right.
In-game store, meaning that Blizzard imagery that would be present on the in-game store.
That's right.
Meaning that Blizzard is very likely going to start charging people real money to collect these tokens.
That's right.
And it's very possible that what
they're going to charge people real money if they want to collect the tokens instantaneously. I don't think they're going to make it to where you have to buy these in the store. You'll still probably be able to earn them in game. I think obviously that's what they're going to do. It's just that you can buy them instead.
To do is they're going to very slowly increase the price of the items on the Trader's store. That way you are more incentivized to put out real money to buy tokens in order to get that cool mount or that cool transmog that they are putting on the Trader's Post. Now this is what
I could see them do something where like they increase the amount of tendies that you can get each month, and then they say that they're doing it in order to listen to the community so people can get more stuff from the Trader's Post each month, but actually it's just a way to incentivize people to spend a little bit more money on the shop to do it. Be pretty smart to do that. Blizzard should do that. They should listen to this video and do that, and just give me half of the money they make.
People are saying on Wowhead, and this is what people are saying on Twitter, and this is what people are saying everywhere. Is it possible that Blizzard, no, they're not going to charge you real money for traders tokens. They would,
they let you buy and sell gold. Everything is on the table.
Never do such a thing. Is it possible that that could happen? Sure. But I think it's fair to say that it would be a sin against reason to not assume that Blizzard has looked at this system. They have looked at how people have responded to the trading post, and they have seen an opportunity to make real money from it, and they are going to use that opportunity and exploit it, a feature that people really like.
It's not even a question. Like, is anybody even, like wondering about this? Is anybody like, I wonder if this is gonna happen? You know, we'll have to see what happens. Maybe, I don't know. Come on, of course this is gonna happen, bro. They thought they weren't in Bobby's world? Snap back to reality.
And Blizzard is going to ruin it. Blizzard, maybe you're not doing this, but if you are, if this is your plan, you have been doing so good with Dragonflight.
I know, so they deserve to, you know, do a little bit of bullshit, right?
Since the expansion has come out. Yes, is it this amazing godsend expansion among the community? Is that what people are saying? No, but the average person says, hey, Dragonflight's pretty good. I can play some Dragonflight and have a good time, and I can go play Classic WoW Hardcore and have a good time and jump between the games and just really enjoy World of Warcraft for what it is in the current day of 2023. People are having fun with Dragonflight. People are having fun playing Classic. People were having fun with Wrath of the Lich King until you got this stupid idea in your mind to put the WoW token in, and then everyone in their mind.
Look. Like, I mean, Blizzard wasn't banning people for buying gold anyway. Like, I mean, the WoW token doesn't really change anything. It's just Blizzard throwing in the towel. Blizzard saying, guys, listen. We give up and we want you to pay us for it.
Canceled their WoW subscription or just went to Dragonflight or Classic WoW Hardcore because they were like, well, Wrath's dead at this point. Then of course you got to cover it up with your BS like argument, like, oh yeah, we're doing it to fight bots.
It says mitigate RMT, bro. Like, yeah, maybe a bit, but like, I mean, have you ever considered that the symptom or the cure is worse than the disease?
Spammers, dude. We're doing it to fight gold sellers. No, you're not. Who the heck are you trying to fool? You trying to fool me? You trying to fool this comment section? You ain't fooling no one. You saw like a bunch of people making money off your game and you wanted a cut of it. And so you created this whole little system, this whole excuse of how you could get a little piece of that pie, a little piece of that money that you wanted so desperately from those gold sellers that were making cash when you weren't. And now you're gonna.
How much is a WoW token in Classic Wrath right now? How much is it? It's 5K. Damn, that's a lot. So it's $20 for Epic Flying. It's 8K on EU. Well, yeah, of course.
Take this to another level? You're gonna put another way of monetizing an already monthly subscription fee video game? You're gonna put another means of.
Yes.
And now you're gonna take this to another level? You're gonna put another way of monetizing an already monthly subscription fee video game? You're gonna put another means of people paying you real money and put that in the game? Was selling mounts on the mount store not enough? Was selling transmogs on the store not enough? Like, where is it gonna end, Blizzard? You might as well just make it so you can buy as many boosts as you want. You might as well just make it so that you can just buy the best gear in the game at this point. Why not just monetize the game even further and just say, hey, at any point you can pay real money and you can just boost your character to max level. You don't even need to go through Dragonflight leveling. No, man, forget that.
Yeah.
You can do this as many times as you want. And if you don't want to do it, you can get this reduced price version. Here, let me give you this great business idea. Joyous Journeys in Classic WoW.
Smart.
People really like Joyous Journeys, right? It allows you to progress through the game a little bit faster. It's enjoyable. Dude, you know what's a great idea, Blizzard? You should monetize that. That's right. Over on the main game, and on Classic WoW, and like Wrath of the Lich King, you know what you should do? You should put like your greedy fingers back into this like cesspit idea pool that you have. And what you should do is you should monetize Joyous Journeys. You know, you can't afford that $60 like character boost. No big deal. It's no big deal. Just for $10, you can get a permanent 100% experience gain buff on your character. Wow.
Yeah, I can see them doing that.
Wow. And hey, for $20,
I don't actually. No, I couldn't, because it would probably be for like a month. And then you would have like Joyous Journeys unlocked for a month, and then it would go away. You'd have to, it'd be 30 days. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it wouldn't be permanent.
You can get a 200% experience buff on your character.
You
Why
could stack
not
them.
do
That's
that?
a good idea.
Why
yeah.
not? It's genius, Blizzard. It'll make you so much money. You'll be swimming in it. You can buy new yachts. Blizzard, you can buy your more veteran employees those plastic swords and plastic garbage from China just to show how much you care about them and how long they've stuck around with your company. Dude, it's genius. Just why not? Just monetize the whole game. What are you guys doing? This is the first negative video that I have made about Dragonflight since this damn expansion has come out. I've criticized it a little bit. I've said, yeah, no, hey, maybe this could be changed up a little bit. But this is a 100% negative video. What the hell are you guys thinking if this is your path? Your PR
I know what they're
with your
thinking.
Community is terrible.
Guys, I
still
know what
right
they're
now.
thinking.
You are just barely on the fringes of maybe restoring like a decent communication between you and your player base. And the only thing that's been holding that up recently is Dragonflight has been okay. Classic WoW Hardcore servers being announced was pretty cool. And the fact that Diablo 4 has made people say, hey, maybe Blizzard does know how to make a game. All right?
Yeah, that's definitely true. I mean, people have been very positive, I would say, overall about Blizzard. You know, at least for like WoW. I mean, not overall, maybe not for the whole company, but you know, Diablo 4, I feel like all things considered, the Diablo 4 reception has been very positive and it has been very good. Overwatch, not so good, but people that are playing World of Warcraft are generally happy.
So Blizzard, I am just one opinion, but please do not monetize the stupid trading post. You are already charging people $15 a month to play this stupid game. You are taking some of your artists and animators, and rather than having them work on mounts and items and stuff and pets that could be earned in the game by playing the game, you are taking those employees, that manpower, and you are instead taking those people and having them make them work on mounts and items and stuff and pets that could.
I want to see if I made a video about this specific thing. Oh no! Give me 16 seconds. We're just gonna get this out of the way. It's gonna be quick and painless. All right, guys. Look how bad my hair was.
Bruce. Welcome to my channel.
Yeah. There's a video out there. That's the easiest downvote of my life.
Remember
the
those?
easiest
Remember
downvote
downvotes?
of my fucking life, dude. Can you believe this shit? Can you believe this shit they're trying to sell us now? WoW community, every time another Storm Mount is made. We don't like Storm Mounts, boys. Yeah, they just care about money. That's all there is to it. So we have to pay for amount. It's like, who thought of this title? Like, celebrate 15 years of World of Warcraft by giving us more money with this shitty reskinned Griffin? Like, I mean, regardless of how you feel about sport mounts, like, that's a really bad title. I mean, it's an awful title. Like, why would you put that there? Like, who thought of doing that?
The only people that are celebrating are the fat cats at Blizzard, man.
Yeah, exactly. They're sitting there fucking counting their, like, fucking handfuls of Benjamins, thinking about how many other store mounts they want to make for the next quarter. You know, that way they make their, you know, their projections and they get their bonuses before they leave the company to go to another fucking company and ruin that one after that. Like, this is just so fucking ridiculous. Yeah, we're giving this a big, fat fucking thumbs down, dude. Let me read. Well, that really did a lot. That showed them.
Be earned in the game by playing the game. You are taking those employees, that manpower, and you are instead taking those people and having them make more stuff for to pay even more money in order to access, and now you're going to put another monetization option in the game. At this point, all those classic WoW hardcore naysayers that are like, dude,
Yeah.
Blizzard is just gonna like put like some sort of thing in the hardcore servers saying, oh hey, $10 you get an instant revive.
Yeah.
It's cool. At this point,
No,
you know
no,
what? They might be
I
right.
think it should be more than $10. I think that if you want a revive in Classic WoW, it should be $1 for every level. So, like, if you die at, like, level 32, you should have to spend $32 to get a res. I feel like that's what makes the most sense.
I was like, no, Blizzard would never do that, but you probably would. I don't know, Blizzard, but damn, you guys are stupid. Like, at this point, your whole PR department is a bunch of fools, a bunch of monkeys just dancing around, throwing bananas at each other.
No, I think I think this is what happens. I think the PR department knows this is bad. They don't want to announce this. They don't want to do this. It's just that whenever the executives come in and they say, hey there, listen up. You've got to go ahead and announce that we're going to add another way for people to spend money on our game again. And they're like, okay, yes, sir, of course. That doesn't mean that they want to do it. They have to do it. It's their job.
Shitting onto paper and saying, look, here's
Yeah,
a good idea.
it's not even their
That's
fault.
your entire PR department right now. What are you thinking? Please prove me wrong. Please don't monetize
I
this
know
all.
what they're thinking
Make me
about.
look like an idiot. Make this comment section turn into a bunch of people saying, you see, Nixium,
I've got an
you could
idea
trust Blizzard. They weren't going to, like, monetize another thing in the game. You're an idiot, Nixium, for assuming
of what they're
things
thinking
so
about
quickly.
here.
Please turn
Just,
this comment section into that. I want to be proved
Yeah.
wrong. I want people to call me an idiot and say that I jumped the gun, as well as every other person who saw this announcement on Wowhead and went, damn.
Damn.
Are you kidding me?
Are you kidding me?
That's the video. That's it. I'm done.
I love how, like, that's what it's gonna be, right?
As many
is it's just, oh, come on, Blizzard. Oh, fuck, man. And then they just keep playing. Like, that's it. That's what happened. They just keep playing the game. Yeah, they just keep playing. You know, it's just, fuck. I mean, I don't know what to say. Another dick in the salad. Oh, god damn, we gotta eat around this one, too. Oh, fuck, man. Yeah, I don't know what to say. You deserve what you tolerate. Yeah, it's just 2 weeks go by. Everybody forgets. Yeah, it's just that simple. I mean, like, dude, they don't give a fuck. They don't care. Like, it's not the developers' fault. The developers don't want this. It's Bobby and the fucking executives that are doing this. They make them put this shit out there, and that's just the way it is, man. And it sucks, but I mean, there's not really much we can do about it. I mean, I don't know what even else to say about that. The game's fun to me. I keep playing. Yeah, I know, but that means that they're going to keep doing it. That's the point that I'm making. Is that they're going to keep doing it because you keep playing the game. I want to re-emphasize this point very clearly. If, theoretically, 80%, 100%, 50% of World of Warcraft players unsubbed tomorrow, and they said we
Okay.
are unsubscribing.
Welcome
because
to
of
my
this
channel.
change, you would have Bobby right here writing a personal apology to the World of Warcraft player base saying we're sorry. But that's not happening. And it's never going to happen. Because gamers have no impulse control. They will never compromise their own entertainment for the betterment of the industry. And this won't change. That's it.
Hi guys, thanks for tuning in to another video on ForgottenWeapons.com. I'm Ian. I'm here today at the Rock Island Auction Company. I'm taking a look at some of the guns that are coming up for sale.
We first cover news of
in their
Blizzard's
April
upcoming survival
2016 Premier Auction. And this one looks like an M1 Garand, but is not an M1 Garand, at least not quite. This is a Japanese Type 4 rifle, sometimes called a Type 5. You'll see both designations used. 4 is probably the appropriate one. this is a Japanese copy of the M1 Garand. So this story originates, well, in 1944, which is the Japanese year 2604, which is why they call it a Type 4 receiver, or rifle. And the Japanese Navy specifically, and it's interesting that it's the Navy and not the Army, was interested in a way to get a little bit more firepower for its infantry troops. And they actually, their first experiments involved taking captured US Garand rifles and converting them to 7.7 Japanese, or 7.7 by 58 caliber. The rifles apparently worked reasonably well doing that. The problem was, well, and I should point out, the bore diameter was pretty close, 311 versus 308 bore diameter, close enough to not really be an issue, especially at that point in the war for Japan. The problem was the end block clips didn't work well in 7.7 Japanese. They work great, not 6. The clips like those are a very, very precise piece to get just right to make them reliable. In fact, the end block clip was an element that caused a lot of difficulty in the US when the Garand was being developed and put into production. So, not really surprising that when the Japanese tried to simply drop 7.7 Japanese into it, it just didn't quite work. So, the Japanese Navy actually undertook a program to reverse engineer the M1 and make their own from the ground up in 7.7. And to avoid this problem of getting the ammunition to work properly in the clips, they redesigned it to have a 10-round box magazine that would be fed by 2 5-round standard Arasaka stripper clips. The work here was actually done at the Yokosuka Navy Yard. It's interesting, we know that fact from a couple of details, a couple of stories that confirm each other. For one thing, there's a U.S. Army Ordnance report about finding parts for these and production facilities at Yokosuka. There are also 2 known examples of the rifles that were brought back by vets who specifically said that they got these in the Yokosuka Naval Yard. So that's a pretty well established fact. In total, it appears that they made parts for about 200 of these rifles, but they didn't get around to finishing assembling them all. In total, only about half of those, about 125, were actually assembled into complete rifles like this. So a very small number. These never got into actual issue, although it's possible a couple of them were used in service. By the end of the war, the Japanese were actually, some of the experimental rifles were getting into the hands of Japanese troops. At least one, for example, one Japanese Pedersen rifle was captured in combat on, I believe, Okinawa. At any rate, these remained as prototype rifles, although they may have been used despite that fact. They had some substantial problems. The testing that was done showed a bunch of evidence of problems with parts breakage. This could be partially because, you know, they're trying to reverse engineer a rifle and they don't quite have it perfect yet. Also because by this point, very late in World War II, the Japanese had a lot of trouble getting good, proper material for making firearms. Obviously, they're being bombed left and right by the United States. They've been using everything at their disposal to make guns for many years now. Now, what's interesting to me about this, beyond the history, which is, I think, pretty cool, it's not actually a strict, perfect copy of the M1. It's a copy of the M1 with a number of Japanese touches to it. So why don't I bring the camera back and let's take a look at the elements that really make this a Japanese version of the M1 Garand. All right, if we look at this mechanically, it is absolutely a copy of the M1. We've got a 2-lug rotating bolt here, operating rod, which runs up here and then under the stock up to here. There's a gas port in the barrel right there. This disassembles just like an American M1, at least I believe it does. The trigger guard pulls down like this. Now at this point, I'm not confident enough that I want to be the one who pulls this apart. I believe what you do is pull this screw out and then, like the American M1, the magazine well assembly here and the trigger guard and the fire control group pull out the bottom. We can see that the stock is separated right here where you would pull the stock off like an M1. However, on this particular rifle, the magazine body here is very tight, and like I said, I don't want to be the one who pries that off and breaks something. So I will leave that to the rifle's next happy owner to experiment with. At any rate, this functions like an M1. It locks open when it's empty, like so. Definitely you can get M1 thumb from this as well, but drop the follower. And again, you can see right here, we've got a stripper clip guide. This takes 2 5-round stripper clips to load. And once you're done, drop the bolt forward. And there you go, you're ready to shoot. Now, the Japanese elements that I had mentioned. This sling swivel here, screwed on the side, this is totally an Arasaka sling swivel. Whether it's actually part for part interchangeable, I don't think it is, but it's an Arasaka style. And the same with the butt plate. This cupped butt plate with the extended tang right up here, 2 screws to hold it in place. That's absolutely the exact same style as the Arasaka rifle. Now you have to look really closely, but there is actually a split in the stock here, typical of an Arasaka. You can see it a little bit better up at the front, right there. If I flip the stock over, you can see the grain changes right there. So again, that's standard Japanese style of manufacture. The reason here was so that you have the grain running this way on the bottom of the stock and this way on the top. That strengthens the toe right down here. If you had the grain running parallel the whole way, you'd end up with a very weak toe and it'd be easy to snap that off. So this stock is actually dovetailed internally, which we can't see unless we take the butt plate off. But again, very typically Japanese. If we look at the trigger, we can see that the safety is copied from the M1, as is the general style of the trigger guard. So the magazine well here is kind of crudely made. You can see this whole thing is finished in a black paint. That's typical for this style, this type of rifle this late in the war. Now, the rear sight. The Japanese decided to get rid of or ignore the American style of adjustable sight, and they went with a tangent sight instead. This is graduated out to 1,200 meters, and we have our adjuster bar right here, which raises and lowers it. Now it's interesting that they did actually give this an adjustable rear sight. You can hear that clicking. This screw moves the rear aperture left and right. Kind of cool. The problem is when you actually look at that aperture, it is so tiny as to be almost literally, in fact I'll say it, it is literally useless. So here's our rear sight aperture. This thing is an absolute tiny pinhole. When I can't even give you a camera view of the sight picture because you simply, at least I, can't see through that aperture. I don't know why they made it that way. Whoever's responsible for that little detail has never actually used a rifle. But that's the standard, that's how these things were. One would kind of presume and hope that had these gotten all the way through troop trials, that's something that would have been heavily commented on and hopefully fixed. But of course, the war ended before they had a chance to refine this any further. So the back of the receiver here looks like an M1, although they don't have any markings on it. These rifles, in fact, are not serialized. They never got that far through. If you take the gun apart, underneath on the bottom of the barrel, there should be an assembly number, which will be a 1, 2, or 3-digit number that was used just to keep track of the different parts during assembly. In theory, had these been adopted or formally accepted by the Japanese Navy at that point, they would have been serialized. In fact, I'll show you there's no chrysanthemum on these rifles, again, because they were never formally accepted by the military. Now, one of the other Japanese style features here is this strengthening bar coming off the back of the receiver into the stock. Of course, the US M1 doesn't have that. The Japanese Arasakas all do, and there's a matching bar here on the bottom. 2 screws holding it in place. Again, this is an element right off of an Arasaka rifle. And that's something that's pretty clear, a clear difference between this and the actual American M1. So one more Japanese type element, the front sight is actually bigger than on a normal Arasaka. In fact, substantially larger. You can see it's actually a little bit taller than its protective ears. And it's a total sharp triangle barleycorn type sight. That is, again, standard for the Arasaka. That's what they did there, although on the Arasaka these were a little bit smaller. One somewhat distinctive feature, although not Arasaka-like, is that the muzzle of the Japanese version here extends a little bit farther out beyond the gas port than on the American guns. So the American gun muzzle's about there. The Japanese one is longer. And of course, there is a bayonet lug. The US had bayonet lugs on the M1, but the Japanese had bayonet lugs on pretty much everything. I do want to point out this op rod is a good example of the finish quality that was available to the Japanese by this point. The program was started in the middle of 1944, and they were still, well, like I said, they only assembled a little over half of these guns from parts by August of 45. So had the war gone longer, they would have presumably finished assembling the 200 guns and gotten into doing some troop trials. This really was absolute last ditch, right before the end of the war type of work. You can see the roughness of the cuts here. Well, thank you for watching, guys. I hope you enjoyed the video. I've been wanting to take a close look at these for quite some time. Obviously, they are very scarce rifles today, so it took until now for me to find one to show you. If you'd like to own this one yourself and have it all the time, well, it is coming up for sale at Rock Island. If you take a look at the description text below or above, depending on how you're watching this video, you'll find a link to the Rock Island catalog page on this rifle. You can check that out, see their pictures and their description, and if you like the gun, you can place a bid right through their website. Thanks for watching. Hi guys, thanks for tuning in to another video on ForgottenWeapons.com. I'm Ian. I am here today at the Rock Island Auction Company, and I am taking a look at a couple of the guns that are coming up for sale in their February of 2016 regional auction. One that a lot of people have been very interested in, that I actually have an opportunity to take a look at here today, is this Model 1895 Winchester rifle. Now, the Model 1895 was kind of the last gasp of the lever-action rifle for the Winchester Company. It was the most modernized of their lever actions, and unfortunately it's kind of a little too late to really catch on commercially. At this point there were bolt action rifles and starting to become self-loading rifles that were doing a better job of competing in the marketplace than the Winchester 95. So if we look at the history of this rifle a little bit from the American perspective, what we see is in 1886, John Browning develops the Winchester 86, which is the first Winchester lever rifle that's really capable of firing powerful rifle ammunition. It's got a much stronger lockup than the previous rifles that Winchester had. And then they introduced the 1894, which is the first Winchester developed for smokeless powder rifle ammunition. It was chambered for the now ubiquitous 30-30 cartridge. That was remarkably popular, and then they followed that very quickly with the 1895. This is similar in lockup to the 94. The big difference is that it has a box magazine instead of a tube magazine. So the idea here was that this rifle would be capable of using pointed cartridges, Spitzer cartridges, where you wouldn't have this issue of the cartridges lining up, bullet tip to primer, and potentially detonating in the tube under recoil. So that was the idea of the 95. You've got a 5-round box magazine, you can handle top-of-the-line current production military cartridges. The problem was it was just a little bit too late. So by 1914, at the beginning of World War I, Winchester 95 production was basically shut down. It was basically over. At that point, they had sold about 67,000 of the guns, both military and sporting, but they'd sold 707,000 of the Winchester 94s. So 10 times as many 94s as these guys, and it just wasn't viable to keep producing. However, then World War I breaks out. And here's the US with a lot of industrial potential capacity, and the US is neutral in the war. A lot of the combatants in World War I turned to the United States as a source of munitions. Initially, Winchester actually attempted to sell these rifles to the British government. They chambered one in .303, standard British .303 military ammunition. Unfortunately, while the British needed guns pretty badly, they really wanted a bolt-action rifle. And what they ultimately did was they actually went to the Winchester Company and signed a contract for Winchester to make them pattern 1914 rifles, which basically is the same as the US model of 1917 Enfield. So Winchester, undeterred, turned to Russia and offered Russia Winchester 1895s. Now, Russia was in a particularly tight spot here. They had started the war with about 1 million more soldiers than they had rifles in the first place. And then in the early months of combat, Russia was losing something on the order of 200,000 rifles per month simply to combat casualties, destruction in the field. I mean, this is a just mind-boggling shortage of arms for the Russian army. And they needed guns. They were scrounging guns from pretty much anywhere they could find stuff. They were getting, they bought Arisakas from the Japanese, they were buying Lebels, they were buying, well, not Lebels, they were buying Gras rifles. Lebels were cutting edge, and the French were kind of using all of those themselves. They bought Kropatscheks from Portugal, anything they could get their hands on. And one of the major contracts that the Russians put through was with the Remington Company as well for Mosin-Nagant rifles. Ultimately, between Remington and Westinghouse, the Russians would order 3 million 9130 Mosin-Nagant rifles from the United States, which is great. They're cheaper rifles than something like this. They're a little simpler. The problem was these massive orders required a significant amount of startup time. Companies like Westinghouse and Remington literally had to go and build entirely new factories to fulfill these orders, and that took time. So the advantage Winchester had here was they had a production line. They were able to approach the Russians and say, we can give you these guns and we can start shipping them next month. And that was something the Russians needed. That was a good balance, getting a smaller number of these rifles right now while they were waiting for the major production of Mosin-Nagants to tool up. And that's exactly what they did. Ultimately, the Russians signed a contract ordering 100,000 of these the day after, literally one day after, they signed their first contract for Mosin-Nagants. So the contract was signed in November of 1914. Deliveries were supposed to start the next month, December of 1914, and the final delivery would be in December or November of 1915. So it was going to take about a year to produce 100,000 of these. Well, it didn't quite work out that way. Between a couple of different factors, the first deliveries didn't actually happen until June in the summer of 1914. Now, part of that was Winchester's fault. It took them longer to tool up that production line. They'd been making Winchester 95s here and there, kind of almost a custom order sort of basis. And changing that up to major mass production wasn't as easy as they thought it would be. There were also a couple of modifications to the rifle that they had assumed would be pretty easy that turned out to take a little more time. The main one being adapting the mechanism to take Mosin-Nagant stripper clips. And at the same time, we can also blame some of this on the Russian military. They appear to have been really protective of gauges that were necessary for confirming that parts were made to the proper tolerance, and they wouldn't release them to Winchester. That delayed inspections and delayed acceptance of the rifles. And it was kind of a mess. But what are they going to do? It's not like they're going to go to someone else to get rifle contracts, because everyone else is either already making rifles for them or for someone else, or is actively fighting in World War I themselves. So the U.S. was in this financially extremely good position through most of World War I, where we were kind of the only go-to source for much of the Allied powers. Now, impressively, Winchester actually managed to finish the last delivery of this contract only 2 weeks behind schedule, and a second order was also made in August of 1915. A second order for another 200,000 of these rifles was put in place. Ultimately, about 294,000 guns were completed and delivered to the Russians. The The difference between that and the 300,000 ordered was shipping losses. You know, these things had to cross the ocean on boats, and a few of those boats got sunk by the Germans. So some of the rifles ended up at the bottom of the ocean. There was also a substantial rejection rate by Russian inspectors at the Winchester plant. And so there's a substantial number of additional rifles that were made and were rejected for various potentially stupid reasons. Things like the wood grain not looking right would get a rifle potentially rejected. So those ended up being sold by Winchester on the commercial market after the war. So when we take a closer look at this, we'll go over some of those details and how you can tell the difference between a Russian accepted one and a commercially sold one. Anyway, these guns, they went to Russia, they were put into service, and they actually saw quite a lot of use in World War I. These things didn't just sit in the rear lines. These were highly effective, modern rifles for the Russians, especially compared to some of the other stuff that they were having to scrounge. So, in particular, there aren't a whole lot of documents, but there is some photographic evidence that you can make assumptions from. And it appears that a lot of these rifles were given to Russian units from places like Latvia and Estonia and Finland, Finnish volunteers, and places in Eastern Europe. These were areas where the German threat was the highest because the German threat was geographically closest, and it was important to arm these guys right off the bat. In particular, there's good photographic evidence for Latvian units equipped entirely with Winchester 1895s. That gets potentially even more interesting when you consider that some of those Latvian units were the same guys who were major participants in the ultimate communist overthrow of the Tsar. And so it's probable that a lot of these rifles ended up in Moscow in the middle of political turmoil and chaos. Now, a lot of the guns were destroyed during the war. Like I said, they were seen in frontline use. A lot of the pictures you'll see from combat show guns that have heavily worn finish. They were used. You know, if you had one of these and you got shot and became a casualty, someone else was going to pick this rifle up and use it because this was a good rifle. What was left appears to have been mostly sent to Spain during the 1930s. Russia was a supporter of the Republican side of the Spanish Civil War, which included a lot of socialists and communists, and Russia kind of cleaned out its post-World War I arms inventory and sent all of the miscellaneous, mismatched, and generally difficult to deal with guns to the Spanish, and charged them for it too. Got most of Spain's gold bullion in the process. However, if not most of the rifles that Russia had left, certainly many thousands of these did go to Spain. So you'll also occasionally find them here in the US with some marks indicating Spanish re-arsenal and refurbishment. All right, why don't we take a closer look up at the details of this thing, because these really are a very cool example of a World War I combat rifle. All right, let's start by going through the various markings that you'll find on these. On the rear tang, you'll find the standard Winchester model identification information. It's model 1895 Winchester, trademarks, patents, etc. On the bridge of the receiver, now the finish on this is kind of worn. It's a little hard to see here, but these are marked 7.62 millimeter because these are chambered for the standard Russian 7.62 by 54 millimeter cartridge. You then have a little mark in an oval that was a Remington acceptance mark. On the side of the receiver, we have all the various patent dates and various scratches from being through World War I. All right, this is difficult to see on this particular rifle, but right here on the receiver and right here on the barrel is a little rounded corner square with an X. There's a Cyrillic letter that's a backwards N, which I ought to know the name of, but I don't. We call it XN3 marking. That was the Russian inspector's mark. So when these rifles were inspected and approved as being fit for Russian military service, that's when Winchester would officially get paid for that rifle, and the rifle would be packed up and shipped to Russia for use. So on the rifles that were rejected and later sold commercially, you will not find these inspection stamps. Now, there should also be one of those stamps on the buttstock of the rifle. It should be typically right about here. On this particular one, that stamp is gone. The stock is worn enough that you just can't see evidence of it. However, given that we do have the ones on the receiver and the barrel, this was definitely an actual World War I rifle. You can see here that there is substantial pitting on the magazine under the finish, so this gun was refinished at some point. That's why some of these markings are faint. Now, right up here, we have a set of stripper clip guides. These are one of the things that are particularly distinctive to the Russian pattern of the Winchester 1895. They were added at Russian insistence. The standard 1895 rifles did not use any sort of clip. In fact, interestingly, on these, the way you're supposed to load them is to put a cartridge in vertically and then pivot it down 90 degrees into the magazine. On these, Winchester agreed to go in and modify the action to accept Russian stripper clips. That took them more time and was more difficult than they anticipated, but ultimately what you have are a pair of stripper clip guides that are attached to the receiver by screws. And I have tried one of these, and lo and behold, a standard 1895 stripper clip fits in and strips off into the action. Now, mechanically, these are a pretty strong action. What you have here are a pair of locking bolts. These slide in recesses in the receiver, and when you close the lever completely, they get pushed upward, and they lock just behind this notch in the bolt. So they lock the bolt into the receiver, keep it safe. You'll also notice that these 1895s have a grip safety, well, not really a grip safety, but they have a manual safety built into the lever. So if you don't have this pulled down, you cannot open the lever. It's a little hook that catches on the lever itself. So if I don't pull that down, that won't open. And that just prevents the lever from being knocked out of battery. One of the potential issues for a rifle like this in World War I is when this is open, you've got all sorts of places for crap to get into the gun. So if you were actually carrying this in combat during the war, you would absolutely want to keep this thing closed up as much as possible. One other marking to make note of here, on the bottom tang, you will find a Remington inspection mark and the serial number. So this one is 210,000 and change. The first serial number range for that first 100,000 order for these guns was 74,000 to about 174,000. It starts there because it picks up at the end of the other Winchester 1895 production. And then the second order goes from 174,000 to 374,000, give or take. So this would be one of the early-ish rifles in that second major range. The sights on these rifles were specifically made to match ballistically the 54 rimmed cartridge, and these are regulated in arshins. So you'll see the flip up sight goes out to 32. That's 3,200 arshins, which is about 2,500 yards. An arshin is equal to 28 inches, about 3/4 of a yard. And it was the standard Russian land distance measurement. In fact, it actually comes from the length of a man's stride. A slightly shorter person, perhaps, than is typical today. On the side of the rear sight, we have this series of steps, and this is where you have 400 out to 1,400 arshins. So, like 300 to 1,000 yards, approximately. And of course, on the side of the barrel, we have another 7.62 millimeter marking. Thanks for watching, guys. I hope you enjoyed the video. These are difficult to find, but pretty darn cool. This one's a bit rough, but very neat rifle. If you would like to have it yourself, it is coming up for sale here. So take a look at the description text below. You'll find a link to Rock Island's catalog page on the rifle. Go there, check out their pictures, and if you want it, you can place a bid right there online. Thanks for watching.
Welcome.
Thank you to Fyan, Porcus and Meekgood for helping make this video possible. The year is 2010, and talk of the game industry.
Goodbye for now.
What's wrong, Joe?
The latest slip and fall got you down or something?
No, I've been so stressed at work. Pretty sure we made it so that wouldn't happen with your shortened work schedule.
Well, that was smart. He would definitely be dead by now if you didn't.
Usually it's fine, but everyone's up my ass about this border situation.
Of course they are. My brilliant, genius Title 42 is finished, and the illegals are at the border swarming into the country. And they aren't sending their best people either.
Title 42 was just an excuse to deport everyone without asking any questions in the name of COVID.
Exactly. I set Joe up for success, and what does he do? Breaks the record for the number of aliens flooding in.
Like the little gray dudes, they're pretty chill. Just don't go near the spaceship or your brain will be fried like an egg roll. Joe, don't tell the people about the aliens. They'll panic.
Who cares about them anyway? I offered them a buffet of McDonald's, and they so rudely declined.
They probably knew it was poison.
There wasn't any poison. I was honestly trying to open up a dialogue and maybe get some cool alien shit.
I'm saying they probably know McDonald's is straight up poison.
If McDonald's is poison, then ice cream must be twice as toxic if you look at the effects on Joe.
I was always a little dyslexic and not the most articulate, but I'm pretty sure most of the Dane Bramage came from the Quaaludes in the 80s. Like in The Wolf of Wall Street? Yeah, exactly. That must make me the Wolf of the White House.
It fits perfectly because you'll be thrown in jail by the end of the story.
I'll see you in there, asshole. Plus, that won't even happen if you lose to me again.
I can't see how I lose with a goddamn xenomorph infestation about to take place at the border.
If only to get you both to shut up. Do you guys want to do an alien movies tier list? Only if you do Predators too.
Of course you like the Predators. You are one.
That's ironic considering what you're being accused of.
Come on, you seriously believe I would do what that crazy woman is spewing? Oh, you guys can go to hell.
Bro, your most famous quote is grab him by the pussy. I'm not saying I'd be shocked.
That's not fair. You don't even have a famous quote. More than half of what you say is incomprehensible.
To answer your question, Joe, yes, we can do Predator movies too. How else would we be able to cover the Alien versus Predator movies?
I'm actually hyped. Most of these movies are pretty great. That is, until recently.
That's an understatement. The Alien and Predator franchises are some of the most entertaining movies you can watch. They are some of the best sci-fi creature features.
Unfortunately, like every other great movie franchise, the era of bangers is long gone. Writing is like a lost art nowadays.
Well, before we critique the most recent stuff, let's dive into the movie that started it all, Ridley Scott's Alien. My God, was this movie a legend or what?
Very much so. This movie is goated.
The setting of the Nostromo matches that spooky, eerie feeling better than any other movie, whether it's horror or not.
It's good that you bring up horror because this movie is a great horror movie while simultaneously being a sci-fi space adventure. It was genre-defined.
The sets are ridiculously realistic, especially at the time. I'm so glad Star Wars popped off and started a trend in space and sci-fi films. Boy, I'll tell you, the second this movie's atmosphere hit me, I was extremely uncomfortable, but in an indescribably good way, and I don't even know how that's a thing.
The music, the dialogue, the actor's performance, and the setting all combined for a gripping experience unlike many others, especially nowadays.
I was impressed with the plot. Between Ash being a robot to the company naming them all expendable was a trip. The crew even being awake was sauce as fuck. This was totally the first game of Among Us.
The biggest imposter among them wasn't even on the ship. It was those corporate assholes pushing pencils back on Earth.
Yeah, I would be pretty unmotivated to enter alien spacecraft knowing what I know now.
Go into the alien spacecraft, they said. Take a look around, they said.
Couldn't be me, bro. I'm not into being impregnated by an alien pussy crab. On second thought, I'd be all up in there. That egg might make me act up.
Of course you find that attractive. It was so terrifying when the face hugger latched onto Kane. I, for one, wouldn't be putting my face that close to the thing.
Ripley was being a bitch for not letting them inside. Ripley was not being a bitch. It's called protocols.
So he doesn't know shit about protocols or titles or anything outside his ice cream flavors, really.
I know there's a deleted scene of Lambert attacking Ripley for her alien COVID policies.
I love a good cat fight. Ripley would have torn her fucking head off, though.
She is super badass and will only continue to be super badass as these films go on. The characters in this movie were awesome, though. Dallas is a great leader, Parker is a believable tough guy, Brett is a reliable hillbilly, Kane a great British explorer, and even Lambert is a great representation of the audience watching.
Ash and Ripley were doing the best in my opinion.
I thought it was the alien that did the best. From busting out of Kane's chest to picking off everyone but Ripley and the cat, this alien was an absolute menace. Dallas getting taken by the alien is still a top 5 jump scare of all time for me. I saw this in theaters when it came out, and that scene nearly made me shit my pants.
Ash was acting sus from the moment they landed and found alien life.
It would have been interesting to see how Ash would have reacted if the crew tried to kill the alien the second it busted out like my man Parker wanted to.
What an iconic scene!
I did not expect something so gross and realistic at that point in film history.
Neither did the actors. They didn't tell the actors about what would happen to Kane before filming, so the reactions were genuine. Even Lambert falling down was a legit reaction.
What won me over was really the crew's logical approach to killing the alien. Very rarely in today's Hollywood writing do we see the characters act with any intelligence. Meanwhile, this movie from 1979 has such great logic that I can't really find a single thing to criticize.
I think the Ash fight was kind of cringe.
Yeah, it was kind of cringe, but it was still a work of art both in writing and special effects, earning this movie an Oscar for the latter.
So much milk.
It got pretty milky. A fun scene, though. The revelation that he was a robot working for the evil corporation was an insane twist.
Elon definitely has a couple of these guys ready to go.
Or he is one.
Oh, shit.
Ash's sympathies made for a sinister reminder that the Xeno is pretty much unstoppable and nobody was going to save them.
The atmosphere in this film is truly something to behold. I've had actual fucking nightmares about being in that ship with the xenomorph on the loose.
Alien Isolation perfectly captured the same effect to make for an instant classic horror game.
There are so many Alien and Predator games that they need their own tier list, for sure. So let's hold off on the games for a future video.
Comment and like the video if you want to see that.
Of course they want to see it. Those games are fire.
Okay, back to the GOAT. How do we feel about the last act of this gem?
The pace really goes wild during this.
Yeah, I was surprised that you could make it through the intentionally slow pacing without falling asleep.
Back then, I was so blitzed all the time that I could have watched this movie 20 times in a row and not even blink.
They always ramp up the intensity right when you think the movie is all over in this franchise, and even in the Predator movies as well.
I've never been jump scared harder by a fucking cat in my whole life.
I really enjoy almost everything about this final act. Alien killing Parker and Lambert was both creepy and somehow satisfying.
Especially when the Xeno used the classic head bite and then the tail stab to finish them off.
New kink unlocked.
Blowing up the whole ship was a bit much, but understandable. It's like when you see a giant spider in your room and after you lose sight of it, you want to start burning the place down.
The one issue I have with this ending bit is the part where the alien shows up in the shuttle. With that fucking strobe light.
Facts, Donnie, the flashing lights in that scene nearly gave me fucking epilepsy.
I think you mean narcolepsy.
Other than the annoying flashing light, the final sequence was done masterfully.
True, this movie instantly made Sigourney Weaver an icon, both as an actor and in my mind, sexually.
Agreed.
Where do we think Alien should be placed?
S tier, obviously.
Yeah, it's really no question. One of the greatest films ever made.
I agree. I realize it could seem very slow to modern audiences, but when you understand and appreciate the build-up and suspense this movie was able to capture, you gotta respect it.
We on to Aliens?
We are.
Hell yeah!
Let's fucking go.
This is a much more action-oriented movie. Not really as many jump scares, but the death and destruction are tuned up to a large extent. Suspense was also still peaked with the ground that the previous movie covered already. It was cool to see James Cameron come in and change the atmosphere and direction of this franchise in a believable and extremely entertaining way.
James Cameron is a GOAT for alien movies. He did a great job converting this into a full-on action movie while still retaining some of the same suspense and horror vibes from the last one.
Welcome to my channel.
It was even a little suspenseful because you didn't know who picked Ripley up. It was fair to be on edge after Ripley was labeled as expendable by the company in the first movie.
This antagonist, Burke, the totally cool guy from the company, it was pretty lame for the most part.
It really took several night terrors and a career deal to get Ripley to go along with that sleazy fuck.
Could pretty much tell instantly that he was up to no good.
I think his character could have been a lot better. And they tried to pin Bishop as the internal threat because he started acting kind of weird after the alien was found. Just like Ash. Obviously making us question what he said about not hurting humans, but Burke was actively trying to kill Ripley and a little girl.
The Marines were the best part about this movie. Oorah!
Hicks and Apone were standouts.
Look into my eye.
The rest of the squad was like looking at an NHL roster. Spunkmeyer? Where's Bowski? Did they get these dudes from Planet Canadia?
I was a huge fan of Hudson.
Why am I not surprised that you love the most obnoxious one there?
You didn't like Hudson?
I didn't say that. I just said he was obnoxious. I can still like people that are obnoxious. I hang out with you two all the time.
Feelings mutual, Donnie? I think more people in our country, especially our youth, could benefit from focusing less on what we disagree on and more on what we do agree on and not writing off someone just because they have a different belief on one subject or another.
Well said, Barack. Now, if only you Democrats actually practiced what you preached, then we would be living in a perfect world, now wouldn't we?
Fuck you, Donald. Obama just made a beautiful statement, and now you killed it before it could change some hearts.
Boring, Skip. When can I get out of this chicken shit outfit?
Okay, I have known some real sack twisters in the Marines, but these guys really do play loose with regulations.
It was pretty clear from the beginning that this mission was low priority to the company and the military. They got one ship, no backup, no crew, a noob officer in charge, and the most rowdy bunch of Marines they could find.
Vasquez and Drake definitely had something going on.
I don't blame her. He was a pretty good-looking guy. No Nostromo.
I feel like you also have to say no Nostromo if you want to say Vasquez is hot.
Are you kidding me, Don? She's a top-tier muscle mommy.
I guess you should know since you're married to Ronnie Coleman over there.
Oh, snap.
Shut the fuck up, Hudson.
Fine, I love the way Ripley bonded with the Marines using her forklift certificate.
It was fun to know what her role actually was. From the last movie, it seemed like she was there to hold the door closed and press the self-destruct button.
Great setup for later as well.
Gorman being useless played right into the aliens' hands. Poor leadership and insubordination was the foundation of failure in this mission.
It made me kind of question how long this group has been together versus how long Apone has been in charge of them.
It seems like Apone wouldn't be the guy to fuck around with, but fuck around they did.
Let's not place all the blame on Apone. It was Gorman's lack of authority, and to a larger extent, Burke's intentional underestimation of the alien presence that caused such a colossal failure for the humans.
Honestly, though, these are very believable shortcomings for military units. Any veteran that served for long enough will tell you that even the slightest miscalculation from the higher-ups can cause total mayhem for the boots on the ground. Just think about how the troops felt when we pulled out of Afghanistan. Great job, by the way, Joe.
Thanks, buddy.
The fact that you didn't know I was being sarcastic is terrifying on so many levels.
Rocket ship goes whoosh.
It was nice to have a fun little bumpy ride in the ship before all the carnage.
Hicks sleeping through the drop was hilarious. Not even Joe could match that level of deep sleep.
Before the Marines got their asses kicked, they had to clear the creepy civilian compound.
So sketchy.
Although this movie is much more action-oriented, moments like this bring us right back to the dark hallways of the Nostromo in the first film.
Good thing it was only a little girl lurking in the darkness this time.
Bro, Hicks almost blasted the shit out of Newt. He seriously fired like 12 explosive rounds at her before realizing it was a defenseless child.
Sounds exactly like how cops deal with black kids.
Yikes.
But really, Newt is a fantastic character.
One of the best performances from a child actor in film history.
I believe you. You seem like an expert on the subject.
Shut up. He's right. Newt was one of the most believable characters in the entire movie. Ripley becoming a surrogate mother to her was heartwarming and wholesome, especially since Ripley lost her own daughter to time.
Surviving a xenomorph infestation as a 10-year-old is pretty goddamn impressive.
That's like bringing a kid to a drag show. Unless they hide in the vents, they pretty much become one.
Descending into the fleshy alien nest was super sketchy. The Marines seemed pretty fucked from the beginning, even with all of their badass weaponry.
On top of the odds being against them, they strolled right into a spot where one stray bullet could nuke them all.
The moment Gorman figured that out, he should have pulled them out. Not all this, take everyone's mags and hope nobody shoots shit.
I'm so glad Ripley took over.
We do have to remember that Ripley would have never been able to rescue them if Burke didn't fight off Gorman when she GTA hijacked the tank thing.
She drove that thing like she stole it.
That's true. You gotta give Burke credit on that one.
The Marines got their asses waxed so bad in that high.
The worst one was when Private Frost got lit on fire and fell down the stairwell.
Pretty ironic, because like Frost is like me and fire is so...
We all understand, Joe. Don't hurt yourself.
Before you knew it, almost half the Marines were toast.
Tons of great alien combat here. You could really see how devastating a load of them would be. Sucks how this is the first and last time the Aliens movies do these kind of numbers.
The acid blood really got out of hand when the explosive rounds hit.
So sad to see Vasquez lose Drake right at the doorway like that.
Man, she was ready to turn Gorman into fajitas for that bullshit.
He was lucky he got his ass knocked out by an ammo crate.
They really poked the nest after that one.
Everything within a 100-mile radius was absolutely fucked.
They did such a good job on the xenomorph crashing the ship. All our heroes were in such despair.
It was game over, man, game over.
All they could do was take refuge in the same place where all the civilians died and or got preggers.
They took an extremely logical approach as Ripley stepped up into a leadership role with nobody of high ranking still alive or conscious.
Good thing, too. I think everyone would have offed themselves if somebody didn't tell Hudson to get his shit together.
Right. Morale wasn't the highest at this point.
Ripley whipped them right back into shape. She even figured out Burke's entire scheme immediately by just logging into a computer in the base.
And for that, he attempted to impregnate her and a little girl with alien killing machines.
Ripley probably should have expected this type of foul play after she told him she would end his entire career and throw him in jail if they all survived.
Maybe not. I still hang out with you guys and you do the exact same shit to me.
Are you gonna try to fucking kill me?
Why would I do that when Father Time is gonna do that for me in a couple years or less?
Good point.
You knew it was going to be bad for Burke when the other Marines figured out the entire situation.
The imposter was found dead to rights in the emergency meeting, and he really talked his way out of it anyway.
That takes some serious skill.
It was more like they had bigger fish to fry. The swarm came right past the defenses through the ceiling and floors. Really no way of stopping these things from infiltrating a location.
The last stand of the Marines was pretty short, but well fought to their credit.
Rest in peace, Hudson.
At least he died doing what he loved, talking shit.
Can we talk about how they cut the power?
Before this, I figured it was just an animal operating on instinct. After this movie, I was pretty sure these things were actually smart.
They have better cognition than you for sure.
Pretty low bar.
Right.
You've never seen an alien wander off trying to shake someone's hand that isn't even there. Or say some shit like, Asifuti mahafuti foot.
It's okay, bro. You had plenty of time of being below average intelligence before you declined into chimp level intelligence.
At least I'm not the same color as an orangutan.
Too bad the power plant was having a meltdown, or they may have dug in a lot better.
Bishop was a real G for crawling through the little tunnel for like a mile.
This is what happens in between Pipes and Mario.
When Bishop volunteered to go and try and remote pilot the ship, I felt confident that he wasn't bad after all.
I think we were all a bit intolerant of the artificial people.
Really?
Totally, man. When the robots come out, I'm gonna bully mine with a hockey stick, so they'll feel more at home.
You're gonna get a magazine shoved down your throat, and I'm gonna laugh when it happens.
Burke locking in the others behind him was the last straw. He had to die.
Where the hell did he think he was gonna go?
I don't know. The remaining survivors had the right idea escaping into the vents.
Sus as fuck.
It was only sus because the aliens rely on vents like you rely on a telephone.
At least Gorman was honorable enough to try and save Vasquez and died while doing it.
That shit made up for everything bad he did, no lie.
All seemed lost when Newt was taken in the water.
Yeah, I was sure she was history, man.
Then Hicks went down to some acid blood. It was total chaos.
Bishop came in clutch with the scoop, and they could have just escaped right then. But Ripley knew there was still a snowball's chance in hell that she could save Newt.
One of the most badass moments in film history right here. The elevator ride down with Ripley taping guns together and preparing for a suicide mission in the nuclear power plant about to explode was a complete cinematic masterpiece.
Her arc in this movie is gold.
Ripley is a strong female character done right. She's not a Mary Sue like what Disney and modern Hollywood writers spit out like sunflower seeds. She has a strong moral base, she's a leader, and she's not afraid to do the dirty work. And most importantly, she makes logical and calculated decisions in a survival situation and never loses sight of the main goal.
Why did everyone not just copy aspects of this character to other characters in other stories?
They did, not once, but over and over again. Even in this franchise, it just never worked the same way.
That shit's down to execution. This movie did it right, and every other movie failed the majority of the time. Name one strong female character from a movie in the last 5 years. Seriously?
It's tough, man.
Can you guys even name a woman? You've got to be fucking kidding me.
Huh? What? I stopped listening when we started talking about women.
You guys have wives and a daughter and you couldn't name a single woman?
Well, you put me on the spot. I was trying to remember my wife's name. Was it Phil?
Close.
Oh, I remember. I'm married to Joe Biden, the President of the United States.
Take 3 of the white pills and 1 of the yellow pills for me, Joe.
Thanks, buddy.
Okay, where were we?
In the most suspenseful part of the entire franchise.
Ah, yes. The ambiance of the emergency siren and AI voice warnings, coupled with the high possibility of death around every corner, was incredibly gripping.
My eyeballs were glued to the screen, and I'm pretty sure I didn't breathe at all for the entire descent into the nest on my first viewing.
The alien queen was a sight to behold.
To finally get a look at what was laying the eggs was exactly what I wanted to see in the sequel, and they delivered like Amazon Prime.
It was pretty clear that she was running shit, too. The way she hissed at the drones to back off was like when your mom calls you by your full name.
It's pretty clear at this point that xenomorphs operate a whole lot like ants, with one queen making all the decisions and all the babies, and a bunch of workers hunting and gathering for the colony.
The only criticism I will have about this incredible last act is the fact that Ripley didn't actually need to waste all her ammo on the eggs when the entire place was going to explode in like 10 minutes.
She might have aggroed the boss fight with that one.
crazy how the Queen could use the elevator.
That shit was beyond creepy.
You almost thought Bishop might have left, and it was all over.
I never lost faith in the Milky Man.
I know the last movie faked us out when we thought it was the end, but this one was totally unexpected and glorious.
The tail through Bishop was a shock. He was the OGAI.
The Queen alien was a little funky looking at times, but overall made for a fantastic final sequence. I was satisfied with the movie as a whole before the final fight, but as Ripley walked out in the mech and spoke her iconic "get away from her, you bitch" line, I was blown away.
Forklift certification comes in clutch again.
They outdid themselves with this fight.
She kicked that thing's ass. How could you not root for her?
I have one more criticism about this final fight. How in the fuck did Ripley casually throw an armbar around a ladder and hold the full weight of an alien queen plus the vacuum of fucking space?
Come on, Donnie. Did it look cool?
It looked immaculate, but it made no sense.
I think we can overlook that, and Ripley spraying the eggs as the rule of cool at work.
When you're right, you're right.
This movie was nearly perfect.
I'll agree with that. Donnie?
It's an S tier without a doubt.
Is it better than the first one?
I'm gonna say yes, but just barely.
I personally like the aliens more in a horror movie setting, but I also somehow enjoyed this action movie more. We owe James Cameron a lot.
I guess I'll be the only one that prefers the original, but the difference is microscopic.
Top tier for sure.
We should also take time to give credit to H.R. Geiger for the design of the xenomorphs.
Truly an iconic design.
Most credit should really go to Sigourney Weaver for making these two films believable and interesting from the human perspective.
Speaking of which, I have someone I'd like you guys to meet.
So who do I have to fuck to get another sequel?
Holy shit.
It's the legend herself.
How you doing, Siggy?
Just fine, Barry. I heard all the nice things you guys were saying. I'm glad you all enjoyed my movies.
Enjoyed them? I've seen them hundreds of times.
Same here, but don't get too comfortable. We're about to go over Alien 3.
Oh my fucking God. Can't you just stop at these two?
Funny, that's exactly how I felt after seeing this movie.
Your historic performance in these movies made for two of the most popular and successful movies ever. What the fuck happened to 3?
It's a long, long story, boys. You better get a drink or pop an upper in Joe's case.
Is it the blue one for that, Barack?
It's the yellow one, Joe. You just took one. Don't OD.
Damn.
Can you please explain why they decided it was a good idea to kill Hicks and Newt in the fucking opening credits?
You can pretty much chalk it up to Fox and the writers throwing shit at the wall and hoping it stuck. My boy Ridley Scott dropped the film after he found out they were making an Alien versus Predator script. So nobody had any idea who was gonna direct the thing.
Seems kind of like pussy shit to me. Why didn't he give this movie a chance, regardless of what they were doing with AVP?
Well, he didn't like the Fox producers at the fuck all. It practically came to blows multiple times in Alien 1's production. You know how it is with the corporations trying to influence the artists. I tried to stop the bleeding as much as I could, but in Hollywood, no one can hear you scream.
That makes a lot of sense, actually. I wouldn't want to be told what to do after I directed a certified banger.
There's a ton of films that suffered similar problems, especially lately with the great Disney overlords.
It's a huge problem for this industry. After looking all over, they finally found this young guy, David Fincher, to direct it. He was pretty cool, but the producers placed him there based on the fact that they thought they could control him. To Dave's credit, he fought them tooth and nail by the end. There were so many scripts for this movie that I genuinely had no idea what the fuck was going on. So in the middle of the chaos, I just requested for Ripley to be killed.
Jesus fucking Christ. What did those morons at Fox even say to that?
Well, they thought I was kidding at first because I just said I want to die out of the blue. This was after the fallout with Mike Bien about Hicks dying in the intro. Could you believe that they
Off
had
to
pay
work.
Mike just as much for
Take
Alien
care.
3 as they
LT.
did for Aliens just for using his face?
I just don't understand how it gets to that point.
Believe me, nobody else knew either. It wasn't until like the 8th script that